Where did he go?
Who, Dave? No, he's talking to those guys in the back. Okay, we're gonna get started here, everybody. Good evening. Hey, this is the Tuesday, June 11th, 2024 City Council meeting. A roll call, please, Anne Marie.
Councilmember Orgill,
Here.
Councilmember Weiss.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi.
Here.
Mayor Kemp.
Here. Councilmember Whalen has the pledge this evening. Please rise.
Stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, as we're coming out of closed session, I'll ask our city attorney, Megan Garibaldi, if there's any closed session announcements this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the 3 items on the agenda. We had 2 real property negotiations and 1 labor or 2 different labor negotiated items. There were no public comments in advance of the closed session and no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. I'll ask our city attorney, our city manager, Dave Kipp, are there any additions or deletions from the agenda this evening?
There are not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll take comments from the public. Anything that's not on the agenda, please come forward.
Good evening, council and audience. Karen Phillipson. Tonight I'm wearing my Laguna Beach Sister Cities hat. And I just wanted to remind everybody that Laguna Beach has 3 fabulous sister cities, and this beautiful poster was designed by our graphic artist, Bill Atkins. Bill has put together all of these beautiful images since we started, and we are celebrating the 17th year of the Fête de la Musique, which is this Saturday. It all happens at Main Beach, and it's in coordination with what happens globally to 1,000 cities and 100 countries all over the world, all joining together to make music special and peaceful and fun. So I hope you'll come down to Main Beach, join us. Please remember that we couldn't do it without you. City Council has helped and supported us through all of this. And of course, Visit Laguna Beach and the bid money that comes to us through the hotels helps truly take care of not all the expenses, but helps make this event happens with great success. Just so you know, our 3 sister cities are in order. In honor of the Fête de la Musique, our French sister city is Menton, France. We also have San Jose del Cabo in Mexico and beautiful St. Ives in Cornwall, England. All just perfect sister relationships. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's
Karen,
beautiful
I just
work.
have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Is it true that you're going to have a dance contest this year at the Fête de Musique? Was
I
that
don't know, George. are you
Alex said he
coming?
was going to win if you did? Didn't
Do-
you, Alex? Yeah. Okay.
Got a couple of volunteers?
I'm sorry. No, the rest of the council members said they were
We
gonna-
don't have an
they
official.
would win.
Yes, we
contest.
don't have an official dance contest, but that might be a good thing for next year. And just so you know, next year it is exactly on the summer solstice. Exactly. So that doesn't happen very often.
So it'll be a long
Thank-
fete.
Propitious.
Right.
We'll have the longest fete ever. That's
Pardon?
great work, Bill.
Thank
Really
you,
nice.
as always.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hello, Gail Onodera, and I just wanted to get on your calendar for October, which is the first Saturday in October, which we have, believe the city has already marked for every year, which is October 5th this year for Love Laguna Beach. I know, Sue, you were there last year and
Yep.
working alongside some of our kids, which was really fun. This is a citywide volunteer day. It happens all over the world, different times of the year. A lot of cities are doing this around us as well. And this will be our 3rd annual. And we're really excited. We're gaining a lot of momentum. Last year, we had over 200 volunteers all working at the same time between 9 and 12 around the city to help love our neighbors, to help beautify the city, working projects between Boys and Girls Club. We did work at St. Catherine's location up there, helped an elderly couple, did all kinds of top of the world. So anything is possible in terms of a project. We want to help the city. We want to help our schools, our students, our residents. Just everybody working side by side, no matter what you believe, no matter your political affiliation, it doesn't matter. We're all here to love on our city. And so we hope you can be a part of that October 5th. The kickoff will be at the Suzy Q again at 8 a.m. and it's a fun time. We'll hopefully have the radio station there again and some other goodies and guests. And so we'll get our projects in order. Last year we had about 17 projects around the city. So hopefully this year will be about the same. We're gaining some submissions now. So if anybody has an idea, they could go to the website, lovelagunabeach.org, and submit a project and get more information as it comes in. So as projects are approved, we'll have them posted there, and that's where you can also sign up to volunteer. So I hope everybody can make it October 5th.
That's great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor Kemp, members of the city council. I just want to thank you all for your service. And I'm very grateful to you and your staff. And I just wanted to stand up tonight just because my wife and I remodeled our house at 490 Astor. And I can't tell you how grateful we are to you guys in that you've hired a tremendous staff. And I just wanted to read off the folks' names that have been so great with Stacy Tinker, Jerry Ford, Maria Ring, Noemi Batista, Jennifer Gonzalez, Ashley Rondon, Jessica Hill, and then Nicole Bovey and Dennis Bogle, and then Bill Parker. But we've had the greatest experience. And I know a lot of people get up and complain about different experiences that they have at the city, but I just want to tell you that your staff works so hard, and it's a direct reflection of all you and how grateful my wife and I are to you guys. So really appreciate it. And then just when I thought that the city couldn't get any better, you brought on Dave Kiff. So who we worked with for a long time and appreciate it. And the last person I'm going to mention too is our inspector, John Lynch, who worked so hard and has been so helpful. But I just want to let you know how grateful I am to you all for what you do, because it's not an easy job, and how great your staff is. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that, taking the time to do that.
Maybe you can come back next council meeting.
Come back every meeting.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. I just want, Laura Parisi, I'm the city treasurer for Laguna Beach. And I wanted to let you know that the April investment report is posted on the city website. I'm required to get that on the website 45 days after the end of the month. And so I couldn't get it on the council meeting. So I am just telling you it's on the website. If anybody from the public is dying to read it, it is there. I also wanted to ask the council, there is an analysis that is on the website that is misleading, and I think it needs to have a disclaimer on it, or at least be footnoted, because there's a comparison of investment yields that was used to make a financial determination, and it doesn't comply with the Global Investment Performance Standard, the GIPS. So you're comparing apples and oranges. At the time that the analysis was sent out, it was 2 hours before our council meeting. I sent the note to the council. There was not a note placed on the agenda. I've also attached a reference book that you can take a look at to quote and say analyses of these types are like comparing apples and oranges. It's not a valid indicator of potential savings or potential savings by comparing cities that have different investment policies and different cash flows and different operations. So my question to you is, can we go back and either footnote that analysis and put a disclaimer on it, or even better yet, remove it? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening, City Council. Greg Viviani, local Laguna Beach resident for 3 generations now. First, I wanted to say good job that the Marine safety officers did yesterday. There was an incident that happened at Aliso with a tourist going over the falls in a wave and got injured, and the lifeguards were on it. They did a good job at getting that guy to the hospital, and it was pretty unfortunate, but you know, Aliso Beach can be pretty dangerous when there's swell, and we all are very aware of that. The second thing is the Aliso Creek fire pits at the beach. I'm super stoked that they're back. It brings back good smells, memories of childhood, fun times there, and we love the fire pits back. The problem with these particular fire pits is the design. They're very small, they're very short, and they're hollow. It's like a concrete donut that's just placed on the sand. And so all the ash and the debris and the trash goes through the fire pit ring and onto the beach when the waves come up. And I've sent you guys emails and videos of this. That needs to be addressed for sure. I think the county had really sturdy ones with concrete bottoms, and I reached out to their procurement director to try to see which company they use to manufacture those. So I think that could be something that would be beneficial to swap those out. Also, the maintenance on them and cleaning them out, they're already full. All of them from the busy weekends, they're completely full of ash and debris. And I think that Reza and his crew can do a good job at getting those cleared out. But the problem is, since they're hollow, you're going to be taking clean sand out when you scoop the trash out. Also, I wanted to say, congratulate the whole city as a whole for not being on one of the top 10 most polluted beaches in the United States, as per a 2023 study that the Surfrider Foundation just released, and KTLA 5 just let that information out today, which is really good. And no beaches in Orange County are on that list, so that's wonderful in the whole United States. Basically, I'm segueing into the Lisa Creek sand berm situation. We need to be able to break that berm and let the water flow. It's flowing right now. It is going to the north. I'm in contact with those homeowners to the north side. I'm there almost every day, documenting it, giving you guys videos and proof of the good things that happen when we are able to dig it out. And I don't think it should ever be illegal to be dug out when there's no one on the beach, because we actually help that situation. And the Public Works have been doing a great job at keeping it flowing straight out from the bridge. But when that water sits stagnant, it creates mosquitoes, it creates bad bacteria, the pollution levels increase, and we don't want to be on that list that the Surfrider Foundation let out. So thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
How you doing? My name's T, and I've been here off and on in Laguna Beach since 2009. I just cut off all toxic relationships in my life with my family, and I don't have a cell phone. I don't use a computer. I have taken away all toxic relationships. And there are people here in Laguna who are toxic, and I give them a day. I give them a day to see if they're toxic or not, and then I don't communicate with them anymore. I love this city, and I've known that since 2009. It's absolutely a beautiful city. The people are beautiful here. Everything's beautiful here. The only thing is that what I do see is a lot of people, high percentage, are in fear, and they don't admit that to themselves, and they don't love themselves. That's why the beautification of the city. You hear that? The beautification of the city. If people love themselves, the city would be beautiful. There would be no term called beautification of the city, because the city would be beautiful by itself if people actually love themselves. There are a lot of actors here, and they act as if they're good and as if they're healthy, but actually they're unhealthy and sad. And if you all just loved yourself, you look at yourself in the mirror and you loved yourself, if you got healthy, if you ate healthy, the city would be beautiful. And it would be really beautiful, and you wouldn't have that term, beautification city. That's what I see. A lot of beautiful, dormant people. And I hope you all wake up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody?
Hi, Michelle Monda. I'm here for two reasons. The first is probably the most important reason. I live at up in South Laguna. I live up 8th Avenue. My egress onto Coast Highway is 8th Avenue's, the road at 8th Avenue to get onto Coast Highway to make a right-hand turn. There is a red curb that is running on the left-hand side. Unfortunately, and it is Caltrans owned, I understand. Unfortunately, it's always overgrown and it's got dirt and stuff, so that people occasionally, and it's summertime, occasionally they decide we're just going to park there. When they do that, I can't see to get out. It's not just me, it's anybody leaving 8th Avenue to get onto Coast Highway and make that right-hand turn. So I called the police department and asked how could we do this? Is there someone in charge of signs? And I kind of got passed around, but I finally got to the right person, William Sergeant Downing. And and I told him my problem, and I want to publicly thank him. I personally thanked him, but I wanted to publicly thank him for calling Caltrans and getting cones put up there. So now today, when I came down, guess what? I could actually see they leave 8th Avenue, and I felt much safer about it. Secondly, I'm here because I really would like to continue the conversation about Zoom. I know you guys are probably tired of it, but it's not going to go away. Residents really want it. The Indy did a poll two or 3 weeks ago. 83 respondents, and 88% of those respondents overwhelmingly asked to have Zoom come back. So it's obviously something that residents want. I have a friend who's a resident tonight here, and that person was going to come and speak today on an agenda item. He's sick. He can't make it down. So you're not going to hear what he had to say about that. It's a different agenda item, but you're going to miss hearing what he had to say. And he's not alone. There's a lot of other residents that are in that same boat. I know a lot of elderly residents. One of them in particular, you can't drive at night. I don't. Probably a lot of seniors can't drive at night, but I think you need to consider all of that. And I have a very, very minor list of cities that do allow Zoom: Los Angeles, San Diego, Long Beach, Irvine, Costa Mesa, and San Juan Capistrano. They've figured out a way to make it work. So I'm here to ask you tonight, instead of telling us no, which is what I keep hearing from you guys, no, it's not possible. These other cities have found a way to make yes happen. And I'm asking you to please consider looking at ways so that we can get our Zoom back. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'm here about something you haven't heard about for a while. And what brought it to mind was the chamber was advertising that they were going to be doing an event at Ruby's. And that reminded me that on my birthday in 2017, Ruby's illegally removed most of the trees out in front of their property. Those trees were on an approved landscape plan. They were mature, and they did not get any permission for removing them or asked to change their plan so that it would be legal to remove those trees. We've been working with city code enforcement now. This will be 7 years, and it still hasn't been fixed. The Ruby's campus looks deteriorated. You can see from those pictures that it looked a lot better back then than it looks now, with, I think, one single tree and a pathetic strip of grass out in front. So I would appreciate if you could please ask staff to follow up. There's some memos in there where Mike Weiner said, I will look into this and get back to you. And you can go back down the line with a whole series of staff people who worked on this. And we've met with the owners, but nothing happens. They don't do anything about restoring the plants. So we've got not only the loss of those mature trees, but the loss of 7 years of growth on replacement trees that is not happening. Then the other thing about Michelle was mentioning about Zoom, and I was wondering if it would help if you provided that people who Zoom in have to have their cameras on and we see their faces on the screen. I think that would be a safeguard so that we know who we're really talking to. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Council, just go to this consent calendar. We have, Councilman, I'm sorry, here we go. We have to go to council member comments. I know Dave, you want to start? Any comments from you tonight?
None.
Okay, thank you. George, you have some comments?
I just want to comment on a few things. So Zoom, I think we as a council have an obligation to involve as many residents as we can in the public process. And I think Zoom, we have found out, was very useful for that. And even after COVID, we found out it was very useful and that people wanted to, who couldn't come in or for one reason or another were sick or they're just infirm or don't want to drive at night. It was a very convenient way of allowing the democratic process to be enhanced, I would say, and to give us the viewpoints of more and more residents, which we want. So I would say we need to go back to Zoom. I think there's always risks in any system. You can never find a computer system that is hacker-free, but we need to follow the safeguards as much as we can to provide the benefit of enhancing democracy for the whole city. I also wanted to say thanks for the Laguna Ocean Foundation for organizing the Kelp Fest. It was terrific. You know, and Pacific Maine Mammal Center was there, Coast Keepers, or Laguna Blue Belt was there. And so it was a really nice event. And also KX 98 Radio had a great band there, a little Hawaiian band. Next year, I would invite everybody to come because it was a lot of fun. Second, I wanted to thank to the lodging establishments for funding the Circus Bella at Bluebird. They raised their game. I've been on there for the last few years, and this is the best they've ever done. And you know, watch out, Cirque du Soleil. They're coming. These guys are coming on, and they're just a little troupe. It was remarkable, really a lot of fun. And secondly, I wanted to thank my colleague Mark Orgel for orchestrating the partnership with Surf and Sand and the Hortense Miller Garden to paint their facilities. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks.
Hey, Mark.
Thanks, George. Yeah, I'd also like to thank the Surf and Sand for helping out with both Hortense Miller Garden as well as some general city maintenance and cleanup that they've been assisting with. It's greatly appreciated. The World Ocean Day, the Mahiru event at the Rivian Theater was a great event. I'm really impressed with the Rivian. It seems like they have at least 3 or 4 events, community events, or at least access to the community weekly. The Kelp Fest was well attended, and I agree with George. It was a great event. And congratulations to Sean and the Arts Commission for Circus Bella. Also, during Art Walk, they hosted the City Hall Art to Go, and then there was also at Art Walk was the Art Start, and they included over at the hotel. They included some dance presentations from the dance festival. Sue and I conducted interviews last week with different citizens regarding the participants in the committee for the promenade. That went very well. It's really exciting to see a lot of new faces and a lot of citizens that are anxious to get involved. Very positive experience. I'm really looking forward to the continuation of that. I had a couple interesting conversations with our city manager, Dave Kiff, regarding some requests I was receiving for community development and, you know, just some snags in the system, plans getting held up, or a project that's under construction that somebody needed help with. One of the phone calls I received was from Mark Christie and then Joanna Bear from Surf and Sand. And I did ask Dave to look into those, and I'm bringing it to those everybody's attention is because this isn't really, I didn't want it to be perceived as a favor to anybody. It's just that we do have a couple issues that we're trying to get over, and by me supplying Dave with these folks that he could talk to, he could also better understand some of the challenges that the department is facing. We also had a great meeting with a couple design professionals and planning professionals, Maura Skindarian and Nancy Sierra, James Henry, and a few others. And that went very well. And I think it gave Dave a good glimpse into kind of some of the historic ways that the department and the design professionals have been interacting with the department over all of these years. And I think that they look forward to assisting staff as we work our way through the comprehensive code update. And one last thing, the badge pinning was amazing and it was very well attended, but there was a little surprise. So after the badge pinning, an officer walked up to me and said, Councilman Oriole, I'd like to have a talk with you. I pulled your wife over a couple days ago, and evidently she was driving, she was on her cell phone. And he said, but what I'd like to mention is that she acted very professionally and never brought up your name and didn't call in any favors. And I just wanted to thank you and your wife for that. So that was a bit of a sigh of relief after I heard that. But anyway, just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention and my effort to be transparent. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Bob?
Just a couple of things. Bill Atkins is still here. I joined Bill and Bob Borthwick over at the Riddle Field a couple weeks ago, I guess. Bill designed the plaque for the Wall of Fame that they're establishing at Riddle Field. Arnold Haino is the first recipient who's going up there. He, of course, was famous national sports writer, and a number of his works are in the Baseball Hall of Fame. But anyway, Bill, you did an outstanding job with that, so thank you. And then I was at the Kelp Fest, and Assemblywoman Dixon was there, and I was chatting with her a little bit, which I always enjoy. So she announced to the group that she asked us a question: do we know what the California state seashell is? Don't think about it too long, because there isn't one. She's got a bill that actually went through the Assembly last week, and I think it's scheduled to go through the Senate this week, which will make the black abalone shell the state of California shell. So learned something at Kelp Fest, which was great. And then, Mark, I want to echo, I was over at the World Ocean Day event at Rivian, and I think, what have they been open, about 6 or 7 months now? And they've just done, I think, a remarkable job of welcoming a whole diverse set of community groups into the theater for very informative and fun events. So what a nice addition to the city. And that's it.
I just want to praise Alexis Braun, who just walked in the room, and it's a coincidence that she walked in. There's a really good article in the Laguna Beach magazine called "Ramping Up Recreation" about the great work that she and the people in that department are working on to really engage the community and create recreation opportunities that didn't exist when I was a kid growing up in Laguna Beach. So the fact that we're creating those opportunities now and in the future is very exciting. So I appreciate the work that Alexis and Michael and their team has done on this. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I just have a few things. One is, on Sunday, I had a meeting with the Top of the World Neighborhood Association. And I want to thank Chief King and Battalion Chief Leather, Captain Peters, and then our city manager. We had a good discussion. They had some questions about things around town. It was a good meeting, very upbeat, and with good questions. So I think that was very worthwhile, and I really appreciate everybody spending their time on Sunday to do that. On the 29th of May, we had the Home Electrification Fair at Rivian, and put on by Tom and Ginger Osborne and Mary Clifford from the Citizens Climate Lobby, basically teaching people how to electrify their home. It was really good. It was excellent, very well done, very well organized. Last Wednesday, I had the third graders from El Moro in here, two classes, one at 9, one at 10. I'm the most boring part of it because then they have all the public safety. They only care about the police, fire, and marine safety. They don't really care about learning about city government. So I have to be kind of careful about what I talk to them about because it's hard to hold their interest. And then finally, unfortunately, I can't make the FET this year. I have a family illness issue, but Alex is going to be there to kick it off, and I want to thank him for that. And I wish you all the best. It's always a fun time. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to our consent calendar. We have 10 items this evening on our consent. Anybody want to pull anything? Council?
Hang on
Seven,
a second, I
seven.
can't talk to you right now.
I know we've got a member of the public who wants to speak on seven.
Yeah, I have 7 also. Anybody else have, and I have 9.
Yeah,
Just a
okay, you
question.
have 9
And-
already. There was one I wanted to pull. Hold on a second. The number 10.
10, okay. Anybody else? Anybody from the public want to pull anything from the consent calendar this evening? No? Okay, can I get a balance?
So
of the
I would
consent calendar?
move approval of 1 through 6 and 8.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Wait just a moment.
Just a second.
Oh, we
George has a recusal, so
Yeah.
he can vote on the consent calendar. He just needs to state his recusal before
Yeah.
the vote's taken.
Yeah, since I'm in the Woods Cove area, I'll recuse myself for that item. Thank you.
Which item is it? Oh, 3, okay.
Yeah, okay, till 3.
Okay.
No, we
Do we
didn't pull
need
that
to call
one.
another vote?
It's okay. The record will show that he's abstained on that item since
Okay.
it's not being pulled from the consent
Yeah, that's
calendar.
fine. Okay, the first was item 7 and let's see, I pulled that, Bob pulled that. George, did you also pull it?
No, I didn't pull.
Okay,
item 7.
7, okay, 7.
Mayor,
Um,
actually, I think there's a motion and a second pending on the balance of the consent calendar. Is that,
We
so
did.
can we take, I don't think we
Oh,
actually
did we have to
voted.
pull 7 off?
Nope, I think we just need a vote on
Well,
1
we
through
sort of
6.
have voted. I guess she wants us to vote again because George
'Cause
hasn't stated his.
George
recusal.
hadn't
Oh, that's
his
what I was asking
refusal.
for, but I didn't think, I thought the answer was
My
no.
recusal now.
So I think we just need to can we restate the motion in the second?
Sure, the
and-
motion was to approve items 1 through 6 and 8.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, item 7, Bob pulled and I pulled. I think Joe Hanauer was interested in that. Joe, you want to come forward?
Well, and I think I had one other item on that too, but we can.
Okay,
Joe,
we'll
go
take
ahead.
Joe's and then we'll
Yeah.
move on.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me, Mayor Kempf and Council. Appreciate it very much. Housing and Human Services Committee is very appreciative of the fact that this is moving forward. And in the staff report, staff mentioned that the work that they had, or the discussions they had with coastal staff to try to accelerate staff's response and comments so that the city could reshape this, the amendments to the ordinance if needed, that staff actually was not willing to do that or was unable to do it or not permitted to do it. But I mentioned at the last meeting how much and I think other people appreciated staff's efforts to try and get this done. And even though it didn't work, it was the right thing to do. So in line with this notion of trying to speed up the changes to the ordinance so that we can get apartments built, I'm suggesting that we go down parallel paths while Coastal works through this. Apparently Coastal, staff expects Coastal in early fall. Well, I don't know what early fall is. Maybe it's late fall, but we could get these projects going if apartments that would be permitted under the changes to the ordinance that otherwise wouldn't have been permitted, if they could go to the Planning Commission and get reviewed by the Planning Commission. That'll save us probably 6 to 10 months. And if in worst case is that Coastal comes back and wants changes, great. If that's the case, the City Council and Coastal negotiate those changes, and these same projects would have to go back. But that's only if Coastal doesn't agree. So I'm hoping that you'll consider directing the process to be such that these kinds of proposals can keep going while we wait for Coastal to act.
Okay,
Thank you.
Joe, I had a question for you.
Yes.
So let's just take a theoretical project. This all happens. You want to develop somewhere and, then Coastal comes back and says, we got to change Joe's project. That's what will happen then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, what would happen is
Okay.
it'd have to go back to
Okay.
Planning Commission.
Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks,
Thank you.
Joe. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Go ahead, Bob.
I just had 2 items and maybe Jennifer could assist on clarifying one of them, just an explanation really. So this is on and I should have noticed this before, but on page 18 of the staff report, which is I believe that's the resolution amending the land use element, approving the various things associated with the land use element. So there's language on page 18 at the bottom, talking about commercial tourist corridor. And it says non-visitor serving facilities, including service and residential uses, are permitted. And then it says, and this is the new language, with additional restrictions in order to maintain adequate visitor serving facilities, including minimum requirements for street fronting commercial area on the ground floor when certain ground floor residential units are proposed. So the additional restrictions, where are those going to be spelled out, or are the additional restrictions just related to minimum requirements for street fronting commercial area? Can somebody just explain that to me?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Whalen. The restrictions are within the C1 Local Business District Ordinance, which does specify a minimum commercial storefront depth if ground floor residential is to be proposed. And that is intended to maintain commercial retail continuity along the highway sidewalk with some allowance for residential located behind that commercial storefront.
Okay, great. So we're not going to be crafting, we've already done the hard work. We've created additional restrictions over in the zoning code.
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
great. Thank you. Thank you, Anthony.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Anything else on this item? No? Okay, can I get a motion?
I'll move to recommended action.
Second.
Before you vote on that, is the changes suggested by Jennifer, are those included now in the document? Didn't we have a potential change to one of the pages?
Yes, correct. That is posted online.
Okay, so this motion would be inclusive of the changes. There was a Scrivener's error that we're trying to correct. Okay.
You know, I was going to ask the city attorney, do you have any issues with Joe Hanauer's proposal?
I think that's sort of how we ended up talking about the interim ordinance before, is that I think it's tricky to accomplish that. I think let staff and us sort of put our heads together and see what we can do to help expedite that while trying not to get ourselves in the positions of having approved projects with a not yet effective ordinance that may change.
Okay.
Yeah, to add to Megan's comments, I've got a meeting next week with Carl Schwing of the Coastal Commission where I was going to bring up the pacing issue. So I guess maybe we'll raise the red flag if we don't see progress at that meeting.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay.
Yeah, I think, so you'll look at it, because I think, if you're designing your project to the new standards, right? And then planning is considering those, why not get the thing moving? I think it's just kind of a common sense.
I don't have any problem with
approach,
that either.
yeah,
As
but-
Yeah, as long as the subjects knows that if they're in conflict, then they have to change.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and the serial processing just makes everything take forever. So,
So do we need to give staff any direction on to pursue that analysis,
Yeah.
Dave, or?
I think it's clear. Let me restate. If we find that things will be delayed, we'll move quickly on the interim ordinance versus.
Or alternatively, see if there's a way to, I certainly think we can process projects up to approval. I think the tricky part is the approval, but I don't see any reason not to process projects with the newly adopted standards.
Okay.
The question will just be if we can achieve the actual approvals
Yeah.
without creating some very legally sticky situations if the ordinances change.
yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
but
the
we'll
worst-
work on that.
Yeah, the worst case scenario is the Coastal Commission takes forever and then the project person is in jeopardy because they don't know.
Or they
Or
change
they
it.
change
Or they
it
change it.
is
Yeah.
part of, yeah. And if coastal takes a long time
It's
after
expensive.
entitlements have been issued and
Okay.
the applicant relies on those entitlements, I mean, that's where it starts to become
Would the
difficult.
applicant then need to sign a waiver of some sort, not holding us liable for the fact that there's a third party approving this and there may be changes?
I don't know that that solves the whole problem. But we understand council's direction, and we certainly want to achieve the goal of getting this as far as we can, as soon as possible.
As far as possible, yeah. Right.
To be clear, this is not the interim ordinance because the interim ordinance didn't get us to where we needed to go.
Correct.
Right.
Right, this is more processing it up, at least to the point of approval is what you're saying.
I think we can do up to the point of approval. I think and I'm looking over at the community development director who is interim community development director who's shaking or nodding. So I think that we can get you as far as we can get you, and we certainly will put our heads together to find out how far that is.
You know how long it'll take you, Megan, to do that? I hate to ask you that question, but I know you have a lot to do.
We'll work on it very
Okay,
quickly.
okay.
You guys going to get it through.
All right, good. Okay, did we get a motion on that, you guys?
We had a motion and a second, and now we're waiting on you to say.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that brings us to item 9. I pulled this, just a question for Mark McAvoy. So Mark, here's my question. It's pretty simple. So it says on page 1 under discussion, it says SE informs city staff that it plans to underground its overhead utility lines that run parallel to Country Club Road from South Coast Highway through Aliso Canyon as part of its targeted underground program TUG. So what does it take to qualify for that program? Or what situation will qualify?
So the TUG program, it's Edison's own program where they identify high-risk utility lines and high-risk fire areas. And then they have their own internal criteria. They develop a list of projects and then they go to the CPUC to get those projects included in Edison's tariffs. And so that's how the projects end up in SCE's TUG program.
Okay. They can't put the
I think,
canyon in TUG?
Mark, it's probably fair to say partly what's driving this is the fire, right? That was backed by the coastal treatment plant.
Yes, so the fire that occurred back in Aliso Canyon, at that time, Edison let us know, staff, that Edison was looking at that section of line through the canyon as part of their TUG program to underground everything. They didn't give us a good time frame on it, but Edison did do an emergency project at that time to underground a small portion of that line right in front of the coastal treatment plant back there. So we weren't super surprised when they mentioned interest in finishing this line. And when we met with SDG&E and Edison basically said, hey, we're going to underground the lines that you see here. We'd love to put it under Country Club Drive at the same time SDG&E might do a project too, but it does require us to meet, discuss, negotiate, talk about terms, obligations, financial commitments, easements, all that kind of stuff. And so this item tonight was staff saying, hey, council, this is a new project. Before we embark down this road, we want to make sure that council is okay with that approach.
Is there no chance we can put the lines on Laguna Canyon Road in the TUG program?
So actually, Mayor Kempf, you may recall that Edison did propose the lines on Laguna Canyon Road for their TUG program. TUG does not include transmission lines, only distribution and below. But Edison, in their rate case that is currently processing before CPUC, Edison has recommended Laguna Canyon Road distribution lines be in the TUG program. And so we're hopeful. I think Councilmember Whalen spoke in support of the TUG program recently.
Very good.
And so we're hopeful that that helps fund that project.
Yeah, I think I went up to the CPUC hearing in Long Beach and testified. They're looking for funding from CPUC for 600 miles statewide. But they have said, as Mark said, that, if we get the funding, Laguna Canyon Road distribution is eligible. So
Be great.
Tom Perez has worked with them a lot on that.
Be great. Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question too from Mark. Thank you, Mark. I think, I'm all for undergrounding everywhere. I just want to make sure we identify what the costs are to the city, to the ranch as well. And SG&E, the SCE, great, let them pay for it, but it doesn't sound like they're going to be paying for this project entirely. What is the possible estimates of costs that the city incurs and other private parties like the ranch would incur?
The short answer is TBD. Edison would pay for their lines themselves.
Okay.
Because it's included in their TUG program. The SDG&E lines, SDG&E gave us a rough order of magnitude of $1,000 per foot, and it's 500 feet long. So it's about 500,000 total. How that gets
Allocated.
divvied up and allocated will be discussions that staff will have with SDG&E, the ranch, South Coast Water District, where we will have those discussions. So those are to be determined. And then how those discussions go and what agreements we can all come to, we would come back to city council to let you know and see if you still want to move forward.
Okay, so that'll be assessed on some sort of a, what's the benefit to SDG&E? What's the benefit to South Coast? What's the benefit to the ranch?
Yeah,
Is
and
that-
to the public at large, access to the coastal treatment
Right.
plant back
Okay.
in the canyon, all of those things
Okay.
will factor in.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I'll open the public hearing on this item. Anybody have any comments or questions? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Can I have a motion, council? Oh, come on up.
Thanks. I'm sitting in the cheap seats today. I just want to say that this is a welcome item that's come up, that the large companies, Edison and SDG&E, and that they should take care of what it is their responsibilities. And I think that being cognizant of, our small town here, that we should always look to have the big dogs pay the lion's share of things, if not all of it. So just wanted to say that. Thank you. Good work.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Can I have a motion, please, on this item?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Mayor, before you move on to the next item, I realize on consent, we approved a first reading, just to belt and suspenders, if I could read the title of that ordinance.
On
as it
7?
is.
Which one?
8,
Okay.
number
yep,
8.
Go ahead.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Laguna Beach, California, amending portions of Chapter 7.18 of Title 7 Health and Sanitation of the Laguna Beach Municipal Code pertaining to the regulation of solid waste fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Okay, number 10, I think Georgie pulled this. This is reject bids for the Park Avenue bicycle lane improvements.
Yeah, I just had some questions of staff on this. Thank you, Mark. And Mark, my question is this, we were rejecting this, and I completely agree with all of that, but have we involved the school, and how much, and have we involved the other, that's part of the stakeholders, and I know they're in support of this. Have the parents and kids been involved in any of this, to know that we're going to enable them to ride more safely, we think, but then maybe get more riders into the mix? Hopefully it'll initiate more riders coming to school this way. So I just wonder what kind of conversations you guys have had with the school and staff there on this.
Good evening, Mark Trestic, city engineer. This project went through the Planning Commission for a coastal development permit at that time. All the residents up and down Park Avenue, as well as the school, were provided notice of that hearing.
Okay, so they knew about it, maybe not have participated. What's the school itself say, and what did you guys met with them?
Yeah, we didn't receive any negative feedback from the school.
But you didn't actually meet with them. I mean, I'm not hearing you did.
Excuse me?
You met with them.
I did not meet with
Okay,
them.
all right. That's my question. Thank you.
Well, the genesis of this is a couple of years ago, Kelly Osborne and I talked to the city manager about making improvements on Park Avenue for bicycles, and so that's the genesis of it, so.
Yeah, I'm totally supportive of it. I'm just making sure that unintended consequence could be that you build these lanes and we get a heck of a lot more bikers than we had yesterday. And that creates a problem, because kids like to go fast, and boys especially. So that's all I'm saying. If they had any recommendations for an education of this is coming in, we want you to follow the speed limit. And now your parents are going to allow you to take a bike because it has a lane, that sort of thing. But none of that's been done. I think it should have been done. That's all.
So Mark, this is to reject the bid. So when do you anticipate a new proposal coming in? And do you have an anticipated completion date?
Yeah, so after tonight, we will modify the plans because it was specifically related to the green paint within conflict zones, a good portion right around the school where it was designed specifically for the school there. And then we will put it back out to bid. I anticipate it going back out to bid next month in July and us coming back before you probably by September to award a contract. And then it would be built after that. So
sometime in fall?
Sometime in the fall, yes.
Thank you.
So I guess I have a procedural question. So the staff recommendation is that we're basically directing staff to amend the coastal development permit, but you would have to go back to the planning commission to officially amend that. Am I getting that right?
So we're working with the city attorney's office to see if we go back to planning commission directly or if we want to make sure that's required. But yes,
okay,
ostensibly that's the plan.
So on the dais is an amended or a supplemental report that actually clarifies that the recommended action is to direct staff to take appropriate actions to amend the CDP. It'll likely need to return to planning commission for an amendment. The question was whether depending on the nature of the paint, it could be in substantial compliance with the condition as it exists right now, but it in all likelihood will return to the planning commission for an amendment.
Got it. And then my second question is, so let's say that for the sake of discussion that we go that, this coastal development permit is amended to exclude the installation of the green paint along the entire length of the bike lanes. When I'm looking at the table on page 2, the second column bid amount for everything except green painted lanes, where the lowest bid is at 133,000. Is that what we're going to be? Is that what these vendors bid on? Is that what what this updated CDP will be? Or help me understand the difference between what that is and what the new bid is going to be.
The short answer there is yes. The base bid would be some green paint at conflict areas, and that is that first column. And so that is what is getting rebid.
So what, I guess there's sort of two questions on this. Why would we expect that the bids would be any lower than the 4 bids that we have here for that? And then the second question sort of related to that is why not just pick the lowest bid here?
Sure. Great questions. First is the CDP was issued with the condition that we must do green paint the entire length. So that is one reason that we need to amend the CDP. And so we couldn't award a contract tonight for that because, let me take a step back. Council could award a contract tonight, but it would be for the total bid amount, and staff is not recommending that because the cost for green paint along the entire length was so substantial. And that was the reason staff was not recommending award of a bid and to amend the CDP and rebid the project.
Yeah, so I get that, but what I'm not understanding is why couldn't, so let's say we direct staff to amend the CDP, you go to the next planning commission meeting, you change it. Do you really have to go out to bid again for these? Or is this a legal reason? Or I'm trying to understand why it just seems like that would be the logical course of action, but maybe these bids are too high, in which case we should go out for another bid. But then my question there would be, why would we expect it would be any different?
So I think I understand your question better now. Every bid you get has a time frame associated with it, an expiration date.
Okay.
So by the time we go and amend the CDP, we'd exceed the term that these bids are good for, and so it's unlikely that all 4 companies would be honoring that same bid price.
Got it. Okay, so I guess in the future, I'm hoping that if there's amendments to CDPs related to, or amendments to CIP projects, then maybe that could come up to the council so that we could resolve this, because that way we would have been able to kind of figure this out before, because ultimately we're the ones who set the budget and determine those, and obviously we like the planning commission's input, but I think this could have been handled it would be a lot easier if this had come to us after it went through the planning commission. So that's what I have on that. Thank you.
So Mark, there's no chance we could have this ready for the school year, huh? It'd be great, because the reason I'm asking is the police department does excellent training for e-bikes, and they have to go through a program, they have to get a sticker, and if they don't have a sticker, they lose their bikes. And so it'd be great if we could start the school year.
We will go through the process as fast as we can. The project itself won't take very long to construct. It's mostly paint and some signage. And so even if not ready right at the beginning of the school year, it would be early in the school year is my anticipation. And
Okay.
so we will try to go as fast as we can. And Mayor Pro Tem Runagi's comment on procedure is well taken, duly noted.
Anything else, council? Okay, open the public hearing. Anybody have any comment on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Can I have a motion on this item, please?
Yeah, move to recommended action.
I'll second. All in favor?
To clarify, it's
Oh.
the amended recommended action.
Yeah,
Amended.
the amended recommended action as
Yeah.
pointed out by the city attorney.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that concludes our consent items. We're off to item number 11, which is the 2024 survey results. And I see Gavin moving into place.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Gavin Curran, Assistant City Manager. On February 27th, the City Council directed staff to prepare a community survey and appointed council members Wayland and Councilman Orgill to a City Council ad hoc committee to work with staff on the survey. Staff executed an agreement with Propolsky Research to conduct a survey, a firm specializing in market and opinion research. The goal of the survey was to help identify issues and priorities facing the community, kind of gauge community satisfaction with those priorities, and kind of understand the community's interest in increasing the city's transient occupancy tax, sales tax, or business license tax. And with that, I'd like to introduce Adam Propolsky. Adam is the principal in charge and project manager at Propolsky Research. Propolsky Research has conducted over 1,000 surveys and 350 focus groups with various government clients. And I'd now like to turn over to Adam, who can walk through the survey results for the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Thank you, Mayor, Council. We're going to show today the results of a fairly typical survey that we would do for any government agency throughout the state, any city or county. But obviously the results are very unique to the city of Laguna Beach. I'm going to get in quickly to the methodology. Let's see if this clicking works. If not, we'll just kind of, oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. So in 2024, we communicate a lot of us online. So we did a multi-mode survey. About a third of your voters chose to respond to us on the telephone. Some of those even on landlines, because some people still talk on those. But most of the people we talked to on the phone were on mobiles. And then the vast majority of respondents were online. They received an email or a text, clicked through, and took the survey online. 2% of your voters chose Spanish as an option. That's what they preferred to speak. And 400 completes in a city the size of Laguna Beach is quite robust. To give you some context, statewide, we might have about 900 or 1,000. So very robust survey for a city the size of Laguna Beach. Next up, we've got an open-ended question, which didn't yield anything big. It just gave the chance for people to indicate what was top of mind, their top issue. And you can see transportation, roads is up there. You'll see that as a theme throughout the survey a bit. These are open-ended responses that you can read in the report itself. The final report has a lot of context there with people's demographics that you can really understand what they're saying. So helpful to understand, but nothing dramatic on that slide. Next up, we ask, how would you rate the job the city's doing? And we see here 40%, 41% said good, 39 or 40% also said fair. We don't put a value judgment on fair. It's kind of okay. So if you put those numbers together, you're doing pretty darn good. It's a 80+% number. The biggest factor that we look at is poor is quite small in comparison to those numbers put together. Yes, sir.
Isn't there a higher rating than good?
Sure. There's excellent, there's all kinds of other things. We do have an intensity question that we asked that we're not presenting today. We're kind of made an executive version. But yes, people could say, you know, excellent, great, fantastic.
So why didn't you use excellent at all?
I think we modeled after a previous survey that you had, so we can kind of compare apples to apples. Was the plan of action on this particular question, and this is also where I explained that this is not an academic exercise. We all want to get A's and B's, and so in this case, we're Americans. We don't agree on anything. So when we have plurality or majority, we're doing really good. And you'll see later on, you have really strong numbers in a lot of your service areas that you're gonna want to see. And getting to that right now, if you look at how people feel about your police, fire, and marine safety departments, 85% say good, say something very positive. Almost no one, less than 1% say poor. That's the numbers we really care about, those big differentials. So strong numbers for your services when it comes to public safety. And then if you look at your numbers for to understand if there's a need in the community for additional funds. If you say great need, some or little, we put a cap on that. 63% of your voters said that there is some need for additional funds at the city for services. And about 29% say that there's no particular need at all. Some are unsure. So it's kind of a helpful tool to tee up what's next. We next ask the voters if they believe that you're doing a good job at managing finances. Again, we have 48% say they agree. I think it's important to point out here, 16% say they're unsure. They don't have context, sometimes hard for us to accept, but they're just not thinking about you. They're not thinking about City Hall. And so if they were and they got a little more background or context, they might have a better impression. There is a group of 37% who say they disagree. And I think it's important to put this in context. We are told from a national narrative that things have gone wrong, things have gone bad, the economy is poor, and that largely isn't the case in Laguna Beach. But if you're bombarded with that message, we tend to see these numbers not look as good as they really are in real life. And then if you look at the numbers, the next numbers, we ask about whether people agree or disagree that the city's budget is impacted by visitors and tourists, and 64% say they agree. So this also tees up later on a rationale for the TOT. Most people, a big majority there, really understand that there is an impact from tourism, from visitors coming to the community. And then next up here, you've got this list of things, and we gave people the opportunity to prioritize them based upon their things that are personally important to them. And we gave them a list, and they were able to select as many as they wanted. And you can see this kind of natural progression where it cascades down. Roads and streets and sidewalks are number one, which we saw earlier. But you also have a pretty high numbers there about reducing wildfire risk and then undergrounding power lines. So any of those in the top tier there are the ones that, you know, I might want to focus on if I were in your shoes, but there's other numbers that'll show up as we go along the way. None of these things I expect you'll want to ignore, but you can see what really does bulk up at the top. And we've got a bunch of these questions all throughout the survey to really help you hone what it is that you might as policymakers want to pursue and what you might want to put in a ballot in order to have success. Next up, we asked them, what are you personally satisfied with? We gave them basically the same list. What are you satisfied with that's happening at City Hall or services that are happening? Number one, they're happy with, as we saw earlier, police, fire, marine safety, things like that. And then they're happy with your parks and trails. Laguna Beach is known for that, your open space. They're really high on your communication, and then everything else kind of falls a little bit from there. Again, the numbers are kind of muted a bit because I don't necessarily have context. I'm a resident. I don't really think about City Hall and how you do these things as much as I do is what's important to me necessarily than it's what I'm satisfied with. I have a couple different representations of this data. It's here as kind of a, maybe we don't have that one. Okay. So here's a way of looking at it, of importance and satisfaction. So the importance is the darker blue and the satisfaction is in the lighter blue. So you can see there's that big outsized satisfaction that rivals over their importance on marine and fire safety, things like that. And then some other things that stand out that it's more important than they are satisfied. So interesting to have those things in context. Next, we give them a list of maybe more issues, things that they could perhaps have a concern over and want to address. And their top issue, again, when we gave them that list, is traffic congestion along Coast Highway and Laguna Canyon Road. So you can see thematically. The number 2 thing on that list is traffic congestion on local streets. So we kind of start to see a real understanding of what it is people are really concerned about, what they're prioritizing. And there's some other things on that list that are high, like maintaining the character. And there's some commentary about waste and inefficiency at City Hall, things like that, that probably aren't happening, but there's an impression that it is. All right. Next, we asked them to tell us what services and facilities do you think the city should provide or should do if there was additional funds. And people really don't have a whole lot of commentary here. They've already kind of expressed how they feel about the different issues. That nothing stands out in a big way, but you can see some items that might come up. And again, it relates to parking and to some degree transportation modality. All right, so we're going to get into kind of the questions. In this case, we ask questions about a tax, in this case, a sales tax measure. And you can see that a sales tax measure, both A and B split. We had one where we talked about ending at a certain period of time, 20 years, and another one where it was ended by voters. And you can see in both cases, before and after kind of talking about some of the arguments, there really isn't support for a sales tax. I don't think these numbers are the end of the discussion. If this is something as a council you're interested in doing, this is just a longer curve. You wouldn't want to entertain this idea in November. You might want to entertain this kind of idea in a longer curve and have a lot of communication around that sort of project. And then you can see some of the arguments that we gave on this subject, where we kind of gave them different possibilities of why you might be more or less favorable. And you can see things like having audits and public review and making sure all the monies stay in Laguna Beach. That makes a majority of people more supportive of a sales tax measure, and most likely any other kind of a tax measure, because they really are attracted to those components of a tax, but less so, more opposed, not majority, but more opposed when they think about the people who are less fortunate in the community and in the bottom right there who might be most impacted by paying that tax. So helpful to understand those arguments. And then we test again after giving all those arguments, and you can see there really isn't any significant support of even approaching majority. So probably not it's kind of a non-starter for today anyway. We like to test all these different arguments just one more time in a much more familiar way. So Archer versus Todd, and you've got Archer in this case winning the day, saying, look, I've already paid enough in taxes. I oppose an increase. You should spend the money more responsibly. These are almost intended to be charged to kind of put people into a corner and have them choose. And in this case, they choose the person who says, taxes are too high. We're not going to go there. We do test another possibility, and that is a transient occupancy tax. We tested here at 14%, which would yield about a little more than 3.6 million, and have all the components of the sales tax. And here you have a majority of that supports it, only 28% that vote no, and you've got a sizable 11% that say they're unsure. We tested at 15%, and it still has marginal support, but it goes down significantly. If you look back there, 62% versus 48%. So most likely 14% is a better way to go if TOT is on the table. We asked them why. Why are you supporting a TOT tax? And the number one is tourists should pay. Thematically, we look back at the data earlier that said that they think that tourists and visitors have an impact on your budget. So that theme really people understand what happens when people come to town, and they want those people to contribute. And we ask them why you're voting no among that smaller group, 35%, and not so hard to figure out. 44% say it's because they don't want more taxes, just in general. And some other arguments there, hurts business and things like that, that may or may not have total congruency. We do test a couple of arguments. One that gives people more favorability toward it, the idea that only the guests pay, only the visitors pay, 59% are more likely to support it. And then the idea that perhaps people would go to another city. I think that's not an accurate argument, but something that someone might say in the community. And that does have impact. It doesn't by any means make even a plurality or say that they are less likely, but it does mix the numbers up a bit. And when we look at the numbers again, when we're done with that conversation, we still have really strong support for a TOT increase. So that's a strong number to start with, or a good number to start with. We did test and then looking at the A and B samples there, you still have not such a great number when it comes to the 15%. So 14% is a preferred number for the voters. And we check again, gut check these numbers. Smith saying this is going to be a burden, and Jones with a big majority there saying that this could help improve services. So and it doesn't cost residents. So really, again, making sure that they understand it, and they do, and they support it. And then we do test a business license tax. You've got a lot of different levers that you can pull as policymakers. So we want to understand what all those different possibilities are. You don't have support for a business license tax today. Again, if this is, I think there's a lot of communities that are looking for reform in their business license tax. I don't think Laguna Beach is too unique in that, but this is a longer curve, something where you'd want to do a lot of outreach and education in order to have success if this is something you wanted to do in the future. And we do test a couple arguments related to that. Essentially, the best one, not majority support, but the best one, having bars and restaurants pay their fair share. And then testing again, it just doesn't move the dial very much at all. Gut check again, Chavez wins the day. That in this case, a little bit different than the overall numbers. They do want to create a scenario where larger businesses pay their fair share. So there's, I think, some movement there, some opportunity there, just outreach, significant outreach that probably has to be done. We juxtapose in this case, the TOT on top versus voting for the sales tax measure versus voting for both, just so you can kind of see, and then opposing both. So the voting for the TOT kind of wins the day in that scenario if they were all in that, if they're both in that mix. And then if you look at it with the TOT versus the business license tax, again, the TOT wins the day, but oppose both measures wins the day. So it's further evidence that a TOT exclusively is something that has a much higher chance of success. Just so you know who we're talking to, this was likely voters. So this isn't residents. This isn't all voters. This is people we expect to turn out in November. And this is the profile of who they are. It's a kind of unique subset of the people that live in this town. I know there's a lot of data. There's a lot behind that as well, that I'm happy to kind of go more deeply into with anyone, with the council or anyone else, as directed. Happy to answer questions.
Okay, questions for Adam?
The sample you used, Adam, is it geographically dispersed?
Yes, it is fully representative by age, gender, geography, and every other factor in the voter file.
Okay. And the other questions I have initially are that you have a 3.6 percentage of people said undergrounding is one of the issues that they would like to see if, and then there was a 63% or 56.8% vote that said, yeah, let's do undergrounding. How do you sort of, when you take it as an issue, it came out to a very small percentage, 6.3. When you take it as a sort of a question and answer.
Where's your 6.3? Just
Okay,
remind
so
me where that is, because I know the second part.
yeah, well, this is a long document. So
Okay, so I've got, so in this case, on slide 12, we're talking about this was asking, where you would want additional funds. It's almost asking them to be in the role of budgeter. And so there's nothing that really stands out here. This is an interesting question, but nowhere near as valuable as the one where it says that they're high on their list is fire risk and a desire to see other activities. So if you look at where's our underground and utility poles at 36%. When we give them a
what
specific.
page are you on?
Oh, sorry, slide 11.
Page 11 or slide 11?
Well,
You
it
got two
says
page
number
numbers
11
on
at the
here.
bottom.
Okay.
So there you have 36%. So those are your two numbers. In this case, we're putting a much finer point on it. We're saying, here are some potential concerns specifically. Where would where do your concerns lie? And utility poles are, what's that, number 7 on the list, at pretty significantly 36%. But it's nowhere near the, almost double number of the traffic congestion, the other things. So I think the point is you don't get to ignore any of these things, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I don't do that for a living, but you do for a living, but all those things on a list, but several that are a lot higher on that list.
And then when you say informed, when they know where the money's going to go, in other words, to undergrounding or for public safety, they're more likely to approve that particular assessment tax.
So on the informed side for
That what it means?
the votes, well, it's after we've given them the arguments.
Okay.
So after they've seen those pie chart arguments that we had in the presentation, after that, that's their outcome. And you can see there's not a lot of shifting in that informed process. And that kind of presupposes that you from City Hall have done outreach, obviously not advocacy, but outreach to the public or the voters on what, the implications of a vote are. And it also assumes that there's some other effort outside of City Hall that is, theoretically supportive of it, possibly some possible people opposing it as well.
Okay. I'll have reserved my next questions. I'll let the other council members.
So on the questions that George was just asking about, they were obviously the same person and they were given different questions and then provided different answers. But there's a distinct difference between on the transient occupancy tax, when you ask the question regarding 2% versus 3%, I noticed there was a drastic percentage change. Was that the same person as well?
Great point. So no, it was split sample. So 200 of your voters received the possibility of 14% and 200, the other half received the 15%. And they were exclusive just on those split sample questions. And so it was one of the places, sometimes in surveys, we are surprised by numbers. And that was one place that I was surprised, that totally independent of each other, there was a real serious consideration, much more for 14% than 15%. The net impact to a resident is kind of limited other than the potential revenues you would get. But for some reason, there's some block there for people. So, and it's one of the reasons why we do this sort of thing. You know, we really now understand that you have a much greater success chance with 14% than 15.
But isn't that a subject of a sort of a bias that you put into the question? If I ask you, I'm going to give you a great pastrami sandwich for $10, and you say, great. Well, actually, it's going to cost you 11, Adam. What do you think?
No, just to be clear, they would have not seen the other one. So
Okay.
they would have only seen the
Okay.
14 or the 15%. So
Okay.
and there was no
There's
possibility of
no
that bias.
change. Okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Follow up on that.
Go ahead, Alan.
So do you think that I mean, that's fascinating because I thought when I saw this that the big disparity was because you asked someone
Right.
both those questions and maybe you got the first question, you said, okay, well, you don't want to go higher than that. But do you think that the issue is that it's between a 2 and a 3% increase, or do you think that the issue, I mean, this is kind of the question I have, or is it between 14 and 15%? Because you could make the argument that we're already at an effective 14% tax rate because we're at 10% TOT, 2% LL, 2%. I guess now we call it the marketing district, but we used to call it the bid. So how do we, because that's what the opponents of the measure would say is, no, we're not at a 12% TOT rate. Well, they would say we're at a 14% effective tax rate. That's what they would say.
Sure.
So how do we configure that that likelihood into our thinking?
I think that we have limited time, limited ability in a survey like this. So we tested real world. And the real world is that this is a tax and the other things are fees and have other realities to them. So, and to answer your original question, I don't know because we didn't segment it, whether it was the increase in percentage or the increase in dollar amount, whatever that was. But regardless, you have pretty clear direction as to which one has greater support.
Yeah, I would say this on that subject, that if you asked the question, if you told the voters that they were still lower than Anaheim, they might say 3% is fine. We're still lower than Anaheim.
Absolutely. We do this in a lot of places. And so there's another dozen arguments that you can make that could potentially test very well. And we can work with staff on, and you've got a great outreach consultant too on board who's going to have a lot of that experience to bring to the table as well.
Okay, any further questions for Adam? Okay, open the public hearing.
Hey, guys. Kurt Bjorkman, Chief Operating Officer of the Ranch at Laguna Beach. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Ranch at Laguna Beach. I'm Vice Chair of Visit Laguna Beach. I'm not speaking on behalf. They take a neutral position on anything tax-wise, political-wise. I just want to say that. I was fairly calm until I went through the narrative of that amazing survey. First, I would question why visitors were not bifurcated into the different categories of what kind of visitors. Because overnight visitors and visitors who visit just for the day, while all appreciated, are very different creatures and behave differently. So that question, in my opinion, is invalid. The commentary during those, I hope you take that with a grain of salt. The narrative as the data, not arguing with the data, the answers are the answers. The narrative, for instance, that raising TOT would not make somebody pick a different city to stay in, coming from somebody in the hotel industry for his entire career for 30 years, having been at the Visit California board meeting this morning for 6 hours, going through massive amounts of very complex analytical data. That's not true. People do look at prices. As a matter of fact, they look at prices so heavily that there's SB 478 going on right now with the price transparency law that is requiring hotels, and rightfully so, to disclose a full rate, including resort fees and parking fees, things you're going to charge them, so that the consumer can make a decision that's an honest one, so it's no price stripping. We have no issue with that, but it just proves that people do really want to know how much they're going to pay. If the consumer doesn't care when they see that TOT tax of 14.03%, Visit California takes a piece as well, that they don't care if it's 10%, LL, 2%, bid. They just care it's 14.03% of their bill. And we are one of the highest. When you add those up, if you look at and you have those numbers have been provided to you from Northern California to Southern California, every city, we're one of the highest in the city. What also separates us is that most cities, if you do your research, the TOT is shared with the DMO. For instance, the Anaheim or the Newport Beach in Anaheim, Newport Beach specifically, gets 18% of the TOT plus the bid that they self-assess. So a lot of the cities receive part of that bid or that TOT money. We don't. We split our bid money half with the arts and half with Visit Laguna Beach. And from a budget standpoint, we are the smallest or lowest funded DMO in the state of California for coastal cities. And again, we can provide that data with you. I can speak on behalf of the Montage, Surf and Sand, Joaquin, Casa Loma. We will all oppose this vehemently. And I know you're just receiving the data. You're just receiving that. There'll be more conversation. I appreciate that, but I wanted to get it on the record that this is going to be a long, difficult conversation. And it will affect business, it will affect occupancy, and it will affect residents because your services will go down as the money goes away.
Kurt, I have a couple questions. What percentage of your business at the ranch, for instance, is destination business? Meaning group sales?
Roughly 40% are corporate companies coming in from all over the country, some all over the world to stay and stay on our property.
So can you walk me through quickly how those proposals might be analyzed by those clients?
Well,
so you have food and beverage, right? You have.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, it's complicated. It's a complicated sales process. My little 97-room hotel, I have a team of 3 dedicated sales members that go and fly out, including myself, and visit with various meeting planners. And there's different kinds of meetings. But to put it simply, when a company, you sell the destination first, you sell then your property and the features and available space. And if all that fits, then it becomes a pricing conversation because the people making those booking decisions when it comes to professional meetings and say C-suite corporations, you know, groups that come in, which all visit all our hotels, they're looking at different properties and they're comparing the final price when it comes down to it. So like, oh, we love, you know, Laguna Beach, we love Montage, and we also love Carlsbad and the Aliyah down there. So Aliyah's 10 points cheaper. We're going to go there. They will make that decision because at the end of the day, a lot of those companies have governance organizations that have to approve those budgets and also have to answer to it at some future date if there's, you know, misspending accusations. And we all know what happened years ago, 2008, at the Monarch Beach Resort with a huge insurance company and the insurance gate situation where companies spent money when, you know, it was maybe not a good time to. Those decisions are heavily weighted right now. There's a lot of input on that.
I'll ask a follow-up question. What do you feel? Why is it that Anaheim can get away with 16%? I mean, you're a professional in the industry. Tell me. Or tell
Well, they're
us.
getting, so, you know, and that's a really good question. And when you see that report with the TOT number, what's missing is another column that shows what the bid amount is or the TM, bid. Yeah. Those columns, what the total all in is of what those fees are, and also what the TOT amount is sharing with the DMO. And so sometimes if the dollar amount is higher, that DMO and the hotels recognize that they're receiving a marketing benefit from that. So Anaheim CVB, and I can't quote the number, but it's upwards of, you know, tens of millions of dollars.
I think
that
one of
they're
the big differences
Mhm.
though is they have a convention center.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Right.
You know.
If you look at, say, Oceanside does not have a convention center. Their $6 million budget.
What do you mean by that? I mean,
That's their visitor. That's what their
Oh.
TOT is providing them.
Okay.
Well, I think your question was, why is their TOT so high?
Yeah. Well, how does everyone support that? You're saying it's because of the convention
Mhm.
center. I'm not sure a percentage of business that comes in from the
Yeah.
convention center. I'm sure it's and obviously you've got Disneyland, you've got Knott's Berry Farm,
Right.
right? And you got
Yeah.
people that go there, that stay there and may travel to Laguna as well.
Yeah, and I,
Stay in one hotel for a week.
I would say too, to kind of dive into that conversation is that in Anaheim, your average daily rate is much lower because you have
Yeah,
a much lower
yeah,
quality of
yeah.
properties that are there.
Yeah.
So when the consumer's looking at that, they're not seeing when a corporation goes and books and does a big, huge convention, they're getting $150 huge rate, citywide rate. That's kind of bucketed with amongst maybe 15 other hotels.
Yeah.
And then the people are split up. So that amount isn't as impactful when you look at the grand total. When you start talking about luxury destinations between, say, us, I have friends that run properties in Malibu. They're one of the few cities where their TOT is 15%. That does have a huge impact on who's staying there. And the only people that go to Malibu are exceptionally wealthy. And that is not the environment I think we want with our great, exceptional kind of differentiate, with Sonder in town and some great properties offering, lower rates where anyone can come and visit Laguna Beach. Those things are going to start, you're going to raise your rate a little more to make up for the marketing, disparity that's going to happen when that money goes away from the DMO, if that makes any sense.
How many rooms are in Malibu?
I don't have that number.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
it's less than Laguna.
Less than 13 or 1400. Well, I would argue back, Kurt, that that the room rates are pretty darn high at the Montage and yeah, not necessarily your place, but you're on the mid scale and Surf and Sand is below Montage, but
Right.
Those kinds of visitors aren't that sensitive to paying for another martini as a part of the TOT. I mean,
I would
it's just
disagree.
that-
That's
yeah,
the world
okay.
I live in. It's we're part of very groups and pardon me if I'm speaking out of turn, is going too
Yeah.
long. Please tell me. I know we're at very early stages in this conversation, but with the luxury travel segment,
Yeah.
the people, a lot of like Montage, Surf and Sand, and ourselves, a lot of people we get aren't booking direct or booking through travel agencies.
Yeah.
And those travel agencies are luxury groups that maybe belong to like Virtuoso or Signature. And those travel agents are brick and mortar travel agencies with real people behind computer screens, making travel decisions and booking decisions, booking for family offices, booking for individuals that are, they do look at the price and they want to be able to enjoy the martini. And believe it or not, there are very few people who they don't look at their bill. I trust me, even the highest bills, somebody's looking and wondering why they paid more.
I have no doubt about that, but you've got one of the most unique locations in California, if not the United States, in the world, honestly.
I
It's-
agree.
it-
We have
it-
one of
so
the,
It's like,
we
where are
do.
you going to go? Where's it? Give me a comparison to your location. I can't think of any, maybe Sedona or somewhere, but they don't have the weather.
I agree that our city, our beautiful, our topography and everything, and I don't want to sound negative, but gosh, it'd be great if our city, especially South Laguna, the roads don't have massive potholes. I know we're getting sidewalks. If you watch the trolley stop across from Aliso right now, it's like whack-a-mole with people almost dying and drivers pulling into the east lot. So I would say that if we were going to support a TOT increase because we've got the best city in California, then the best city in California should shine like the best city in California. And right now, we're more Santa Cruz than Malibu.
Okay, Bob, do you have some questions?
Kurt, I just had one question. I read an article late last week. Huntington Beach, I think their tourism district just increased to a 6%.
Mhm.
Do you have any observations on that? Because they're going to be at 16, right?
Yeah, so that's Newport Beach, I believe.
Thought it was Huntington Beach.
Is it Huntington?
It's Huntington.
Yeah.
It was Huntington.
Huntington Beach. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that not everyone is looking. It's not unusual. This is low hanging fruit. I can see it. It's easy money. Just charge the non-residents more money and you're going to get $3.5 million. It sounds so easy.
Yeah.
And so a lot of cities, Huntington Beach has also passed some other things that are like, kind of head scratchers, but,
Well, I think I agree with you that it's a little bit unfair to issue this tax on those who have the least impact on the environment of Laguna.
Hey,
in-
Kurt,
in a sense.
I have a question. So what's your occupancy rate been lately?
we're
Like in the last year?
in the last year, most of the properties in Laguna Beach are running around the low 70s.
Yeah, that's my
We get
understanding
busy in
too.
the summer and less in the winter. I can tell you that, and this data is publicly available without getting into specific properties, which I wouldn't be allowed to talk about. We're down. We're down. It's trending down. all of California is trending down. We call it the Great Flattening. Last year was decent. We beat 2019 numbers. We'll be lucky to beat 2019 numbers as an industry right now. Laguna Beach is trending the same way. Montage is not where they were last year. Surf and Sand obviously isn't, but for different reasons. But everyone's lowering rate. Everyone's struggling and competing for the same guest. And so it's getting more and more competitive out there. And that's just the cyclical nature of the market. And it's part of doing business, but adding more mandatory fees doesn't help us.
Yeah, and talking to Mary Rogers, like she said the same thing. She
Mhm.
said they're around 70% occupancy. Well, right after as we came out of the pandemic, they were pretty much sold out, right?
Yeah.
You probably were too at the ranch,
Yeah,
right?
2022
We had an
is-
unusual boom. and
Put
then
that in your
look-
pocket and save it for a rainy day to look at and smile, because that probably won't ever happen again.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions for Kirk? Okay, thanks, Kirk. That was helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item?
You're on number 11? I just walked in. All right, thank you. I think between, getting out of COVID, Judy Mancuso, getting out of COVID with supply chain issues and with inflation that has been lingering for so many years now, it doesn't seem appropriate to raise anybody's taxes. And I think that I would hope that there's more creative ways to generate revenue. And I think that a lot of these items that you're trying to generate revenue for, people in Laguna Beach don't want. And the purchasing of Laguna Canyon Road, purchasing Coast Highway, spending millions of dollars on the promenade, the $12 million pool, and I don't know what else I'm missing, but it's a big laundry list. And it's a pretty scary list for many in the community. And I know this because I've been speaking to so many in the community, and they don't understand why the city council is taking on so many enormous, big fiscal projects all at once. So the fact that these projects aren't even popular, to be going then and taxing whomever, we're all feeling the pinch. And I just feel that we need to live within our means. The budget said that we were allocating 144 million. We had 143 million in revenue. Okay, well, that's pretty close. Let's just live within that, and let's wait until there's better economic times, better political times, before we take on these kind of egregious projects that really nobody wants. Thank you.
Hi, Council. Laura Parisi, City Treasurer. I wanted to mention to you something that we've talked about over the years at the Revenue and Taxation Committee for League of California Cities. When we talk about taxes, one of the ways that we've looked at expanding the revenue base is to increase the base which taxes are charged. In Laguna Beach, we don't, if parking is separately stated on a hotel bill, it's not subject to transient occupancy tax. Well, I just checked on ChatGPT, and that's not the case in Newport Beach, according to ChatGPT, nor Huntington Beach, nor the city of Anaheim. So perhaps if you are looking for changes, perhaps broadening the tax base might be an alternative to raising the tax rate. Thank you.
Hi. Well, the good news is that on page 13, the survey clearly shows people understand the city budget is significantly impacted by the cost of providing services to visitors. 64% agree. The only higher response was satisfaction with public safety departments. And page 32 shows a very large share of respondents say it's time for bars and restaurants to pay their fair share. Regarding a choice between a hotel tax increase of either 2 or 3%, while the staff report shows only Anaheim and Garden Grove charging 15%, what's important to understand is that more than 1/3 of all Orange County hotel rooms are located in those two cities. So a more accurate description is that over 1/3 of Orange County hotel rooms charge 15% hotel tax, plus their additional BID or TNB or like our 2% thing. While an increase in hotel tax makes a welcome contribution to paying some of the added costs of providing services to visitors, recall that it is widely understood that the amount the residents are subsidizing visitors was over 20 million a year in 2017 and is much likely higher today. Regarding a business license fee adjustment, and I appreciate the letter of support you're getting from the chamber, while the survey provides some helpful information, the whole approach needs careful consideration. Done properly, the potential revenue to the city from a well-constructed business license fee should generate city government revenue that substantially exceeds revenue from hotel taxes, and the vast majority of that revenue should come from visitors like the hotel tax. That can be accomplished by concentrating the fee changes on the businesses most closely linked to visitors, and that's Laguna's 140 bars and restaurants only, and not changing the fees on the other 3,400 businesses. The fees to restaurants should be graduated, much like income tax. You make more, you pay more, so that smaller businesses pay lower rates and lower fees than larger businesses. And the changes could be phased in over a number of years. Unlike a sales tax, residents would only pay a very limited share of the cost, and that would only be when restaurant operators choose to pass the fee along in the form of higher menu prices. Focusing the fee on bars and restaurants means there could be no change for over 3,400 businesses in Laguna, yet all businesses, along with the Laguna residents, would benefit from the improvement in revenue, presuming you spend it wisely. With widespread recognition that the visitors are a cost to Laguna, now is the time to make this needed correction. The best chance of success for a meaningful improvement in business license fee revenue to the city is modification of the fee for tourist-oriented businesses. Finally, there's the issue of putting one or two measures on the ballot. The city staff in 2017 agreed there's a substantial imbalance between visitor-linked costs and revenue, but the city has yet to come up with a solution. These two potential ballot measures are a large part of the solution and will reduce, I'm almost done, and will reduce the subsidy the residents are making toward the added visitor costs. If the presentation to the public is clear about the benefits to the community and the fact that these are not taxes on the residents, there should be strong voter support, just like the support Measure LL received in an earlier election. And again, I'll stress, these things can be phased in over a few years, so there is less shock value.
John, I have a question for you. Have you talked to any of these restaurant owners in town?
A couple. You really get totally. I'm not a restaurant operator, but anybody can go into the restaurant business. Or one restaurant operator told me, one of the problems with the restaurants is restaurants are often started by people that are more artistic than business. They envision preparing the beautiful meal. Your plate will look spectacular. Well, that's great. And people love that, but they're not necessarily business people.
Mhm.
So restaurant prices are up 20% since 2020. Everybody knows that. And I was just reading in the paper the other day, restaurant sales gross revenue nationally is up. I'd like to have asked Kurt whether, in spite of his concern that his occupancy is down, I wonder if his gross revenue continues to increase because people are raising prices.
Yeah, well, that's it. Like if you talk to Kerry, so Kerry Redfern, he's a good operator. So I had a long talk with him about this. And it's a hard business now because the cost
Always
of
a hard
goods, the
business.
cost of goods are higher. So he has to raise his prices. It doesn't give him a bigger margin. The cost of labor is high and his rent is high. So it's not like a piggy bank of a business.
A
I think
restaurant-
these restaurants are having a hard, I'm not debating whether or not we're going to vote.
Look at nationally, the highest failure rate of any business is restaurants. Be a
That's right.
few survive. I mean, it is amazing how well the restaurants in Laguna survive. If you really go back and look, we don't have the turnover of restaurants here that we have nationally. I think there are barriers to entry that really help the restaurant. I'm not saying it's not a tough business. It's a tough business. Horrible labor problems, costs, all the things you can imagine. But you really look at the data. Data is how long has, Ivan been here? How long has some of these guys been here? They're good operators, but they're surviving. And, that's, when you look at the national numbers.
Well, what I'm
they're
saying is
surviving better.
I think the revenue increases are a function of cost.
Oh, absolutely. There's no
So,
question
it's
they're
not
passing
like, it's
costs
not
on.
like the gap has gotten bigger. I think the revenue's gotten bigger because of cost. Anyway, we could debate this some other time, but thank you.
Yeah, the one, which I think does warrant some thought. The reason I'm saying do the restaurants only, not everybody, even if there's a letter of support from the chamber, which I was really
Yeah,
happy
I
to
saw
see.
that.
And Paula said something at the last council meeting.
Yeah.
The problem is they are so low and have been so low for so
No,
long.
I'm not debating that. I'm just
That
asking. a
any
question.
increase is going to sound like you're doubling my fee or something, and yet you're not going to get a lot of revenue from that. There's a lot of potential, I think, if you do the bar and restaurant thing correctly, if you graduate it and phase it over time, leave the little guys pretty much alone. Let the guys that sell a lot of alcohol pay a little, pay
Yeah.
for some of the police.
And I
costs.
think what he's saying is it's based on gross. So if your restaurant has low gross revenue or moderate, then it wouldn't be.
Right.
Yeah,
I-
no,
I think
at some
also-
level, you're paying 1%.
No, that's right.
Then 2% in the next X, and
Yeah.
3% in the next, that kind of thing. It's just like your income tax. Pay 10% in the first X dollar and that type of thing. So the guy that isn't selling alcohol is probably a smaller business. He's probably got lower gross. He's geometrically lower cost impact.
I think your idea here is that why don't you tax those who are most directly responsible for the tourists? Is that what I'm
Most
hearing?
directly linked, it's a
And that-
point of transaction. There's a financial transaction there. You can't
Right.
put up a toll booth, but
As opposed to the other taxes, but you're also in favor of the business license tax because that is abnormally low.
Yeah, no, that is, but I'm saying
Yeah.
the business license fee should be
Right,
the
right,
bar
yeah,
restaurant thing.
Okay.
Because again, you link it to alcohol and cost.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
police, a
yeah.
large part of the police cost is DUIs.
Yeah. Thank
Thank you, John.
Good evening, council members and city manager, Mr. Kipp. I haven't had the honor to meet you yet, but my name is Jennifer Zeider. I am the director of the GLB, Greater Laguna Beach GOP. A tax is a tax is a tax. We are taxed to death. I don't think we have a tax issue. I don't think we have an revenue issue. I think we have a spending issue in this city. When I first came here 14 years ago, our annual budget was $80 million. It's now over $130 million. The city has been on a spending spree for the past 2 years. I think in excess of $35 million, if I'm not mistaken, if you add up all the bits and pieces of land that the city has recently purchased and all the expenditures. We've got to stop taxing and start living within our means and serving the residents. When we go someplace else, whether it be Hawaii or whether it be New York, wherever, we're paying taxes, that city's taxes, that county's taxes, okay? So when you say we're gonna just tax the tourists, well, you're taxing me in the different places that we all visit. So it's still a tax. And it's eventually passed down to me and to everybody else that lives here when they travel abroad. So it's not just a phantom tax that disappears because you're just a tourist. So please keep that in mind. We will absolutely strongly oppose any tax increase measure until the city learns to live within its means with the $130 million budget that it currently has. So please do not tax us even more than we already are in this state. There's a myriad of taxes that we are opposed upon. I also, when I look at the slideshow, and they did a really nice job, a lot of bells and whistles, but it reminds me of that old adage, right? Which is I'm blanking on the matter, I must be getting old. There's lies, damn lies, and statistics, right? Is really what it comes down to. And anybody can look at the fancy graphs and they can manipulate them in a way that shows the best outcome dependent on who they were hired by and what the outcome that is desired. And that's exactly what's happened with this particular report. I turn your attention to, I think it's just one example, page 6. 63% think there is a need for additional funds to provide the level of city service and facilities. And they say 63%, but that 63% includes 22% that say there's little need. That's not a banner statement with respect to absolutely we need more city services. What that's basically saying is like, nah, not really. And if you take that and instead put it on the other side, which is the negative, you end up with, let's see, 22, 28, let's call it 60% that say no versus 40% that say yes. So again, look at this with a grain of salt. Please do not increase our taxes. It will be vehemently opposed. We are taxed to death. Thank you very much.
Jennifer, I think that's because it's how they assume it's going to be on a ballot initiative where that particular opinion is. So they're saying, I believe, that if the question that you just referred to, if it's marginal and not certain, it still adds to the likelihood of a ballot initiative.
That is true, Mr. Orgel. But we all know how ballot initiatives are crafted and how
No, I'm just
how they are twisted to say, first you're going to say it's for the health and the safety and the police and the fire. But at the end of the day, that's not really what it's going to, because this will not be a particular budget item that these funds are allocated to. It will be a general fund. And a general funds mean you can spend it anywhere you want. And that's the problem with these kind of taxes.
Right. And I just say that because it depends on, I've looked at this survey a couple of different ways. Not, part of it isn't just because of I want to know how it is going to help as far as the ballot initiative, but just some of the other questions. So you can dissect it to get some pretty relevant information.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's all information. Thank you.
I have a question for you, Jennifer, as well. I mean, you said there's no appetite for a tax increase, but then on page 11 of the survey, or page 5 in the blue, it says 63% says there's a need for additional funds to provide the level of city services and facilities. Well, what do you make of that?
I guess, well, this is what I would make of it. First of all, that's another point. Thank you for letting me bring this up. The size, not only has the budget of the city grown from 80 million when I came in 14 years ago to 130 million and growing today, the size of our government continues to grow by leaps and bounds, increasing our budget, increasing our costs, increasing our long-term pension liabilities, insurance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So when you say we need more services, do we need more services? I would argue we don't. We don't need more service. We need to have more effective city workers. We need to have less consultants, less expenditures, and more focus on the expenditures that actually serve the residents instead of it continuing to expand the size of our government, which is what we're doing in Laguna Beach. Thank you.
I just have a couple things to say. Greg Viviani here. I agree with Kurt and the last speaker with no taxes raising on this whole situation. Currently, right now, the Lost Pier Cafe has a breakfast burrito for $16. It's one of the highest burritos in town, and we're going to get priced out if the taxes increase. The burrito costs are going to go up. And from my understanding, when the city of Laguna Beach did the historic land transition from the county, they, correct me if I'm wrong, but they received $22 million from the county in phases. And I'm wondering where that money is being allocated to. And I know that that's a pretty big number, but from like the looks of everything, I think that could go into a lot of, needed items at Aliso Beach, but that's off tax conversation. So thank you.
Hi, Michelle Monda. I agree with a number of recent speakers. I chose to look at that survey a little differently. And when I looked at it, if you look at it from, is the Laguna Beach city government doing a fair to a poor job? You add those numbers. The number's astounding. It's 57% of people in this survey said that you are doing a fair to a poor job. However, the police department, fire department, and marine safety were doing 85%. That's fabulous. 51% if you again go into the negative numbers, because that's not what he did and what he was presenting to you earlier, he presented the happy numbers. I'm presenting to you another way to look at it, and that is that 51% said there is some or little need for more money. So I interpret that to say people are saying, no, don't raise taxes. I don't want my taxes raised. And here's my astounding number. 60%, let me say that again, 60% say the city should spend the current money more responsibly. I don't understand. A couple of speakers said, what projects? Why are we doing this to ourselves? We are a small town. We live very nice lives here. We have what's projected to be $144 or $143 million budget. I keep hearing today, I heard you want to hire more three more fire people. Can't we learn to live with what we have? Do we really need to take over the Canyon Road to do some of the things we want to do? Why don't we work smarter instead of asking our residents to pony up more money? And as I think the last speaker said, hell no on new taxes. There's no one here that wants new taxes on anything. My initial thought was, okay, let's let the tourists pay it. But after hearing the guy from the ranch speak, I'm thinking, well, I think he does have a point that if it's a snowball, if you get less people in, then the restaurants are going to get less people. Maybe we need to concentrate on, and my big complaint is the day trippers. I live at Thousand Step Beach. They come with their backpacks, their coolers. They don't even spend money on parking. How can we get money from them? Because we are paying. So if we could figure that part out, I think the biggest thing I could say to you guys is figure out, like every household does, how to live within your means. And especially in this very challenging environment that we're about to face. We just don't know what's coming with the economy. So please consider that. Thank you.
Some very relevant facts brought up by speakers. I'm a little flummoxed by the survey. 400 sample. I know surveys have to extrapolate out, creates a 5% plus or minus according to your numbers. And then I'm just shocked to hear that you gave some questions to 200 people and the other questions to another 200 people. That's nothing. And I'm reading this here. You say that did you do all the polling? Was it you personally or others? If I could just ask. Okay, so you're saying 19 minutes per survey. I'm going through here. This is Dostoevsky-like. You've got items here, and when you've got this many items going through that survey, I don't see how you could have gotten rational answers. When I get a pollster call me, and by the way, I didn't get called on this. I'm not, part of the 200 anointed ones, but I can't stand talking to them for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And so I don't know how many hangups you had. I don't know. You said something, I don't mean to go off on you, but we went through this. We had a survey some years ago. And we had a one item that had 9 words talking about a pedestrian street. And we've been spending millions of dollars on I don't think we know how much we spent, and we certainly don't know how much we're slated to spend if we go forward with that. And so those 9 words, and we've been talking about that now for years. We haven't been getting any parking revenue from that street. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars. You said something that I thought was kind of telling. You said these numbers in response to a question. You said these numbers do not look as good as they really are. What does that mean? The numbers are the numbers. it seemed to me like you didn't include some things. You left some things off in terms of, on your pie charts. The thing that jumped, oh, by the way, I think that John Thomas has a very good point, and that is that people that go into our bars and they get a $4 beer, if they get charged 10% for that, another 40 cents, I don't think they care. They'll care. I don't think that will affect those businesses. And so I think those kinds of over-the-counter purchases by visitors to town are won't be punishing. So I'm very skeptical of this survey. Very skeptical.
Council and Christoph, I think we're talking about the wrong subject. I think the most valuable thing that has been said tonight has been Kurt saying that Laguna Beach should shine and that we're now more like Santa Cruz than Malibu. And that is something that we need to be looking at. And that's what I've been trying to tell people, that we are not capitalizing on the beauty that is inherent in our landscape. We're neglecting how our city looks, how the maintenance is taken care of, like he says, the potholes, but the landscaping is shoddy, really. It's not deserving of this world-class destination that we have. And what we need is something inspirational for our town of what the city is going to do to make our town the most lovely coastal city in the world, and how that city is going to serve its residents and make our lives more enchanting. Not how many projects are going to be built that are going to tear things up and build things and make huge investments in things that don't mean anything to us as residents. And to spend money on consultants over and over and over studying the same problems. Let's have an inspirational plan of making our town the most beautiful town it can be. Thank you.
Speakers on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to council. Anybody want to start?
I'll start. I want to say I find the survey interesting, and I think there's a lot of information in here. And it's useful, but I don't have a feeling that gives us direction as to what to do. It's not clear to me the TOT, the increase in the TOS sales tax, or any of the business licensing tax are effectively what the public would want or accept. And so from that point of view, I don't find the survey as useful as I would like to. And I'll wait for my other colleagues to make their comments.
Go ahead, Bob.
I'll make a couple comments. Mark and I worked together on the subcommittee on this, and I think there is a lot of information in the survey. I think one point that is clear is there is support for a TOT and tax increase. You can shift columns, as a couple of the speakers were suggesting, one way or another, and get a different result. But 63%, 63% on TOT taxes is pretty clear. We also have had Mark and I have had a couple of good meetings with the chamber. We have a letter here tonight from them that I think all of us have received, that they are open to adjustments to the fee structure, because it's been 28 years since there was any increase to the business license tax. And wouldn't we all like to have that, where a fee doesn't go up for 28 years? So I think we need to continue and engage with the chamber and some of our businesses in town to talk about that. It just makes no sense that there's been no increase there. And that, I think, kind of leads me into part of the discussion about, and I'll just reflect back, people say live within your means, and fair point, you know, and are there ways to streamline some of our expenditures? Perhaps we can. But let me just go through some of the things that our residents have asked for of us that are going to cost us a lot of money that we don't have. And I attribute a lot of this to really deferral for decades on some of our infrastructure here in town. We've got all of our fire stations are more than 40 years old. We're in the process of trying to rebuild one of those in South Laguna. We don't have the money to rebuild the other three. We've got seismic conditions at all of our major city buildings and infrastructure, which needs to be worked on, just to be prudent stewards of the public safety. We've got wildfire mitigation that if we don't continue to expand it into some of our interior canyons and other locations, we don't have a community at some point because we're going to have another fire. We had discussion earlier, and the community urged us strongly to do away with glyphosate as part of the treatment program. That's going to cost us $1.5 million a year, but we agreed to do it because we thought it was the right thing for the community. We've had a 2-year grant. People are pleased with the homelessness progress we're making on homelessness in the community. And part of that is with the BWellOC contract that we've got, where we have 7 days a week, we've got people in here working with people with both homeless and housed people with mental health conditions. That's $1.2 million, $1.3 million a year. The grant runs out at the end of next year. You know, people are going to want us to continue that level of service to continue to control the homelessness issue. We've got mandated electrification of our fleet. That's the state of California mandating that by 2030, and they're not providing money for it. So there's a tremendous number of needs that we up here have to deal with as a result, I think, of years and years of deferred maintenance in the community. And I agree with Ann. I think things could look a lot better but they haven't, because the money's not there, it hasn't been spent on it. So I don't know where my other colleagues are. I think where we are at this point is we have another month before we have to make a decision as to whether or not we want to place anything on the ballot. I think we ought to continue to explore the TOT and continue to meet with the chamber on the business license tax and see whether there's anything that could be agreed upon with them, and see in the end, a month from now, how after all of the council members can go out and interact with the community and speak with Visit Laguna and the hotels and make a decision a month from now. But I think we should I think we should continue to do that work and have it brought back for us in July.
You made a lot of good points. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Bob, and I agree with them. And I'd like to also point a few other things out, because I am, since I've been on city council, I am amazed on the number of services that the city does have for its residents. We have the on-demand transportation. We have the last year or two ago, we included the ambulatory services through our fire department now that is operated by the city, which is a big deal, especially if you're ever, the recipient of that service. So I think that it might be, like you said, Bob, we have 30 days. Something that Kurt said and Ann both made me think hard about this was, we don't shine. And Ann said we don't have anything inspirational, and I agree with that. The Laguna Canyon Road was referred to a couple of times. That conversation has not been a part of any of the conversations that I've had with this group when we've done the surveys. I think that we're just looking at some of the more immediate expenses that we have on the horizon. And that I know that the Canyon conversation has a long way to go, and we don't even know, all of the details regarding that. We have labor negotiations and the cost of goods across in the world have been going up, right? Everybody's experienced it. Well, the city's dealing with the same issues. So one of the things that I thought would be worth exploring originally was, and I had had a couple of conversations with our city manager, Dave, and I was hoping he could be like Super Dave and solve all of these problems for us. And I've been talking to him about efficiencies. And, what a lot of you just all mentioned is just really spending, within our means and following our budget. And he did a little bit of thinking, over the last over the weekend. And I called him again today and I said, so where are we? Do you think that we can, find what we need within our current budget to achieve some of our goals? And it was very quick and curt. It was no. So, and maybe he can add to that, but he did have an interesting comment. I then brought up communication and I said, well, I really am, in a kind of a hard place right now because I don't feel like the community really thinks that we're spending our money wisely. And here we are with our handout asking for more money. And I just feel like we need to show our effort and educate the community on how we're moving forward. And he had a couple interesting things to say, and I don't want to put you on the spot, Dave, but if I could ask you to kind of recap part of our conversation.
Sure. Thanks, Councilmember Orgel. And for the audience members too, I really appreciated the comments that were made, and I know the council did too. And hopefully you don't think I'm sitting here like a bump on a log. The city manager's job is to look for efficiencies and to try to make the city government the best it can be under the council's direction. And I do think, as an example, what Councilmember Orgel is talking about, this council is already moving down the pathway of a simpler zoning code. And that's a major cost savings eventually. It'll take a little while, but if we can have something that's more streamlined and we can get applications through quicker. I mean, just as an example, our community development department was working really hard. In any other community, they're taking master classes in one house. In any other community, they're spending a much shorter time processing things. And that's because it's Laguna. But there's a lot that can be done. But right now we have a huge backlog, and we also have, the council was talking today about trying to mitigate everyone's ability to maintain their fire insurance. And that means a more robust fire department and better fire services. And you're talking from the ranch's perspective about pavement and South Laguna, and you're absolutely right. There's a lot that needs to be done there. And the good news is coming in that. It bugs the heck out of me too, but those things are coming before the end of the year with a repavement, a portion of it. But all those things are significant expenses, notwithstanding the South Laguna beaches and the lifeguarding. There is 22 million, but it's one time. It goes fast when you're talking about all the lifeguarding. So whether we like it or not, we're a community that serves visitors, some who don't pay a lot because they bring everything in and leave. But I can't tell the lifeguard, save the resident, don't save that person. I'm being mostly facetious, but coming from Newport like I did, we had the same discussion. And it was about how do we make sure that we have to staff up to cover the visitors, but we also have to be efficient for the residents. And I leave with one last comment. I was so thankful to see Probalski doing this survey, because please know these guys are really good at what they do. And you can criticize the survey, but my agencies have used Adam's team many times, and they're very reliable and very good surveys. So I put a lot of trust in it. More than you wanted to hear, but thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Go ahead.
Yeah. So first off, I agree with the city manager about, I think that there is a good methodology in this survey. I want to start by pointing out, so John Morlock, who many of you know, Emil, you'll like this part. Every year he does a ranking of the top of the financial position of Orange County cities, and he looks at the unrestricted net deficit. He basically looks at the unfunded pension liabilities compared to the assets that the city had, the liabilities versus the assets. And in that, we come out as the #1 city. So I think that is important, that we don't have, you look at cities like Orange, you read how they have a $17 million structural budget deficit. We don't have that here. I think that's a good thing for all of us, because we don't have to be making choices about, how many police officers do we not hire, do we leave vacant, or how many firefighters do we not hire. those are the kinds of decisions that we never want to be in the position of making. And I think our residents don't want us to be in the position of making. I'm not supportive of increased taxes on residents. So for me, the sales tax and the business license tax, I'm not supportive of. I think businesses in Laguna Beach bear a significant burden on just in general. But when we look at the inflation that's happening, I mean, it's so hard to find workers. And what I hear regularly from residents is that they're concerned that there's restaurants closing. So I don't think the residents are anti-restaurants. They want to go to places to eat. So I'm not supportive of anything that would hurt the business community. I do agree about making government more efficient. There's on page 22, it says 60% agree with Archer. The city should spend the money it already gets more responsibly instead of trying to ask for more. I mean, I think 100% of us should agree that the city, any government can always make things can always spend money more responsibly. And we have a city manager who is talking about doing just that. At our budget hearing, I think there's some other ideas we can look into about how we can really reduce our long-term costs, because when we reduce costs over time, that's the same thing in terms of what we can do with that money. It's the same in terms of revenue. What's also interesting about Laguna Beach is that we're one of the few cities that I've ever heard of that subsidizes private development. We don't have full cost recovery when you apply for a permit application, which to me is just low-hanging fruit. When there's an individual benefit conferred on an applicant for a permit, they should be paying the cost of that. It shouldn't be the taxpayer subsidizing it. So looking at things like getting the full cost recovery, adopting that approach while also looking at how can we make things more efficient, but how can we also make things less anti-business in this town? We have a crazy zoning code with CUPs and there's situations where you need CUPs, but there's other situations where you don't need to be going to the planning commission, and that adds a significant delay when you're trying to open up a new business. So I'm for doing all those things. I agree with Bob in that what we're dealing with is decades of deferred investments in our infrastructure. There's a story I heard about how in the downtown there was a flood project that was going to happen, and the county was going to pay for, I don't know if it was a substantial portion of it, and that was ultimately rejected by the council. And so what we're contending with, and we have three we're going to build finally a fire station after how many years, 50 or something like that. In most cities, really, you should be regularly doing that. You should be regularly updating your fire, so you have your public safety facilities are not in the condition where if there's an earthquake, you could have a very big problem on your hands. So I think what we're contending with sort of decades of a lack of investment in our infrastructure. And I think really infrastructure, that's the main job of government is infrastructure. So what's interesting about the surveys, and I think this is reflected in multiple questions, there is clear support for public safety, and there's specifically a lot of support for Laguna Canyon Road. I mean, and you just have to have a nixle to know that how many times that road is closed because somebody runs into a pole and then we have to shut it down. That's just an annoying thing. What's even worse is the question, not if, but when the next fire happens. And we have literally 3 ways in and out of our city. So I think Laguna Canyon Road is something that that is a priority for me, and I think a priority for this council. And as this survey reflects, and I think whenever I talk to residents, it's a priority for the community. To me, the question is about whether we put forward a ballot initiative for a TOT increase, and that question is one that depends on the price elasticity of demand, the extent to which we really have we have a unique set and unique experience for people that they're willing to pay a higher price to come to Laguna Beach. In the past we have done TOT increases, and I'm not aware of any substantial impact on occupancy, but I do take what Kurt is saying very seriously. And I think you look at what's happening at Dana Point. I think they're going to the Coastal Commission later this month on the Dana Point Harbor project and the hotels that are going to be associated with that. That's going to create competition for our hotels that we have to step up in general. And I agree with what Mark was saying and what Kurt was saying about that. So I guess what I would be supportive of is and I think, but what also makes me more supportive of the idea of a TOT increase, I mean, we're not going to go and privatize our libraries, but if Huntington Beach is doing a 16% increase, or going up to 16% for TOT, that's something to consider. So I would be supportive of the ad hoc committee kind of working with the hotel community and figuring out and having more conversations to bring something back related to a recommendation about a potential TOT increase, because I do think that conversation involves the marketing district and involves all the stakeholders. So I think that's what I'd be supportive of at this time. And I think, as Bob said, in the meantime, there's going to be a lot of public input that's going to be that as just all of us are walking on the street and talking to residents. But so that's where I'm at, is where we give this a month to kind of figure out where we want to go forward. And we have the ad hoc working with the hotel community to talk through the specifics about if there should be a recommendation about this, but also if that's the case, what it should be. But in general, I think we have infrastructure needs in this town, and the only way that we can do our job of keeping people safe, which I see Laguna Canyon Road and the projects associated with it as critical to doing, is we need to pay for them. And so if a hotel tax is the only way to get there, then I think that's something we have to consider. So that's what I'd be supportive of.
Okay, I just have a few comments. So, on the revenue side, so one thing Mark and I are going to bring back in the next council meeting is our commercial maintenance ordinance. And the reason is, if you walk around this town, you look at some of the commercial buildings, they're pretty run down. I mean, I was telling Dave this, and Dave said, I don't see it. And I said, walk around and really look. If you're really looking, you can see that these commercial commercial building owners are not taking care of their buildings. That makes us look very down market. And we have, Dana Point, the South, and Lido and Newport, they look better than we do. And there's no reason for that. Ann mentioned the landscaping, and I think at the budget meeting, I asked Dave to carve out some money from Public Works so we could make that look better. The hotels are undergoing a remodel. Of course, there's the Endless Hotel Laguna problem, but, Pacific Edge has had a sale, and they're going to put a bunch of money into that hotel, and that's going to start pretty soon. Surf and Sand's working on it. Some of the other hotels have been remodeled, or the one down by with the old Aliso Creek. But in Aliso Creek, that hotel is being remodeled as well. So that's going to help us on our TOT. The other thing, some of the businesses, and I think, we might benefit, and this is one thing Mark and I've been talking about, is some of these businesses that have been here a while would benefit from some consulting. Because if you don't have, and Mark and I have been talking to the retailers about the promenade and other things, but if you are not doing, social media, if you don't have a good website, if you're not tinkering with your business, just because you've been here 40 years, that doesn't mean you're going to make it. That is the nature of retail. So I think if we can get kind of some of those things going, get our town looking better, performing better, that'd be good. Some of the things we just spend money on, Bob had a really good list, but we spend money on quality of life. Like, we have the on-demand service, which is super popular. We have our ambulance service in-house, which we covered our costs on. I think we're $43,000 in the green on that, which was good. We're by half more responsive than the county average. And, I had a really dear friend of mine get picked up by the fire department, and they had her at Little Mission like that. And I can't tell you how much, as a resident and as a friend, I appreciate that, because that was really a scary, scary event. I say this all the time, I'm a big proponent of lean. I think that's the way, I've used this a lot in my businesses. That's the way you get at under your underlying, waste, inefficiencies, cost. And it's not about getting rid of people, it's about doing things more efficiently. And it just works out over time if you just keep at it. Personally, I think we should bring a lean person on staff, and that's their job. They go department by department, looking. And I'm pretty hell-bent on that. We spend a lot of money on our sewer system. If I hear anybody one more time say, oh, we don't spend money on our sewer system, I'm just going to have a special study session on it, because we have a $16 million iBank loan, low interest, that we've been working on. As we have in our capital improvement budget, we work on the sewer systems all the time. So we have a complicated sewer system. We have an old sewer system, but it's not that we are ignoring it. We're definitely working on it. I am kind of worried about the economy in the short run here, next couple years, because it is kind of flat. You can kind of see it as you walk around town, not on the weekends, but you can kind of see it as you walk around town here, kind of slow. And, I have been doing my diligence and talking to the hotels. They're kind of down. We get a lot of money from them. So I'm a little bit worried about that. I've been thinking about that since the agenda bill came out. I'm not sure that we should raise the TOT tax. I'm just not quite sure about it. Business license tax. These businesses are not killing it. And you can see it in sales tax revenue. If you look at the sales tax revenue by a defined area, they're not killing it. They're kind of where they were 2019. Not great. So, and that's a function of a lot of things, I think. It's kind of complicated. So that's where I am. I'm just a little reluctant to raise, and we need the money. We have things that we need to do, clearly. We have efficiencies we need to do, clearly. But, we have a lot of people in this town want a lot of things. That's another thing. And, when you're on council, we're in here talking, but we talk to a lot of people on the council, when you're on the council, a lot of people. A lot of people have a lot of opinions, and it'd be surprising, I think, if you were to tag along with, one of us for, a couple of weeks or so, you'd kind of have a different perspective, maybe. Anyway, so that's where I am. I'm a little bit leery of tax increases at this point, but I do think we need the money for key projects, and I'm mostly worried about public safety on the canyon. That's my major concern. We're not talking about taking over the road or anything right now. I just want to see if we get our FEMA grants, and let's just start with that. But anyway, that's where I am.
We're looking at 30 days, right? So we would have, Bob and I would take 30 days to go meet with stakeholders. And I had a little bit different opinion going into this meeting than I have now. And I would ask Alex to be patient with us and allow us to leave the business fee on the table. And the reason why is, and part of this is from Kurt and Christoph, she used the word inspirational, and Kurt said that the city should shine. And you all know, you've heard me say it a million times, that that's an important element to me. And I know that there's a sensitive balance, that the hotels have to work with, and especially with the group sale market. But maybe, it allows Bob and I to go out and, so in other words, Alex, if a business is doing better because we can have a conversation saying, well, we can do X, Y, and Z with the money to really change the environment around these shops and stores, do you think that that would help your business? And, they might want to be a part of that conversation and be willing to spend a couple extra $100 a year to make that happen.
I mean, they might, but I'm just looking at the political reality. 58% are going to would vote no on a business license tax increase. I don't think it has a chance of passing.
Well, that was true. And unless I'm mistaken, I believe there was an educational component to it. And one of the big components, and correct me if I'm wrong, was if the chamber actually was supportive of it.
Sorry, we didn't get into the details of chamber or that sort of support level on business license tax. It is down at this moment. I think for anything other than the TOT would require a significant outreach effort, a significant education effort, both from City Hall in a informational standpoint, and most likely the successful places that have where they find success have something happening outside of City Hall as well. Some other entity having something from an advocacy standpoint.
So where did we hear that, Bob? It seems like we heard it somewhere, that if the chamber was supportive of it, it would increase our odds. It seemed like that.
They wrote
came
a
up.
letter in support
I
to
know.
us.
That's because we had talked to him. But
Well, I think Adam's right. Well, the question wasn't tested with the public, but I think the consultant, Grassroots, who's the other consultant,
Yeah.
said that,
Okay.
if the chamber got on board, that might
Yeah.
make a difference. I think
Yeah.
that's all they observed. So it's.
So what's your opinion, Bob? Do you think that we should leave it on the table for the 30 days, our exploration, or not?
If I may, I'd like to make some comments.
Yeah, go ahead, George.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I'm supportive of the TOT. I think 14% is okay. I think the total is that visitors will not object to that, and they will not go to Dana Point because Dana Point is not Laguna, and I don't think they're going to have the kind of experience anywhere else that they have in Laguna, be it the Montage or be it the Surf and Sand, or be it the Kurt's establishment, the former Ben Brown's. What am I thinking of? The ranch, of course. So I do think there's support for that in the survey at 62%. And if it goes to the general fund, we only need a 50% support for it, the voters, 2/3 if we earmark the funds, which I assume we're not going to do. But, you know, there is a lot of stuff that we have spent money on, including St. Catherine's for 26 million. And then we have a downtown action plan as well that wasn't mentioned. That's 14 million that hasn't been financed. The fire station down in South Laguna is probably 8 million. Housing. I think there are a lot of pent-up demand. I wish we'd had considered doing a tax on vacant homes because there's a significant number of them, 2,000 in the town. And I have to say, I'll make a point here that it's not fun to have vacant homes in your neighborhood. I have two. And, you know, they're just sort of, I'm saying they're a magnet for homeless, but they take away from the community for sure. You don't have a neighbor, or you have a neighbor only 3 months a year. So I do think we should have gone after, you know, funding for that instead, because those people don't live here and they don't vote here. So it would have been a little bit easier of a climb. I'm sorry we didn't do that because I think other cities are considering that. But I would support a TOT and moving forward. You only got 30 days. The sales tax seems like it's not going to work at all. The business license fee I support increase, especially for those who create the impacts in the town, and those are bars and restaurants primarily. I don't want to hurt the smaller businesses. But that's what I would do. Thank you.
Bob, I got a question. So we have 30 days, right? Would we,
We have till July 23rd, which is a little more than 30 days.
a
but-
little more than
yeah.
30 days, so. Okay, it's possible, we don't have to make a decision tonight. We could come back, we could do some more work and come back.
Well, yeah, tonight wouldn't be a decision. It's just a question of whether you want staff and the ad hoc committee to
Yeah.
continue to work on it and bring it back. That would be the formal vote that night as to whether
Okay.
to go or not go on the ballot.
I'd support that. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think I would support that with just narrowly tailored to this question of a potential TOT, because I think that's really the only thing here that to me is a viable option.
Mhm.
I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered in communication, because I don't want to have something where it's a battle of the city versus the hotels, because I think we want to be partners with the hotels, and we're really all in this together. We have the same goals of how do we get visitors here who are going to spend money in our hotels, go to our restaurants, and then so I think I see that, and I think, you know, we got this, the public and us, we got this on Thursday, so it's like we're all still sort of processing this. So I don't think I'm prepared to say definitively that I would support the TOT increase, but to me that seems like the only thing that that we should consider. And when we look at just all of our needs, I think not considering that it would be difficult to do. So that's what I would support, is for the ad hoc to work with the hotels. Because I think to Mark's point, if this were paired with efforts by the city to improve things for the experience, both for residents and for visitors that stay at hotels, I think that could maybe make a difference. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I agree with you. I agree. I mean, I think that's a thoughtful approach. And so I'd be supportive of that.
Because I mean, really, it just gives us a clear set of options. We either on July 23rd, we say, you know what, we don't want to look at this TOT increase, or we say we do. And so just having that conversation over the next month about that will be important.
I don't really want to get sideways with the hotels either, because what I want the hotels to do is to send people, because there's a good paying customer. I want them to send them to businesses in our town.
Exactly.
Not Dana Point, or not put them in a van, take them to Newport or Crystal Cove. That really irritates me. So that's kind of where I am.
I do think Dana Point currently has a higher occupancy than we have
Mhm.
currently. So they are a competitive force.
So it sounds like the sort of consensus would be to provide direction to staff and the ad hoc to work further on a potential TOT increase only, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
in collaboration with the hotels.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think in part, when LL passed, the hotels were neutral. They didn't advocate for or against. I think we have had a good partnership over the years. I remember we went to bat for the hotels for Measures RNS. A year ago, we all kind of went out on a limb, and I signed a ballot initiative 2 years ago,
2 million.
opposing them. So, the city's certainly tried to be very supportive of the hotels as well. So, so I guess the motion would be to move the recommended action with direction to staff and the ad hoc to return on July 23rd with further analysis and potential consideration of a ballot measure to increase the TOT tax.
I'll second that.
Before we call a vote, is it possible, could we fashion, let's say we decide to put this TOT tax on the ballot, could we fashion it in a way where we have like a 1% and then 2 years later or 3 years later, we have another 1%? So it's not as impactful, maybe?
I believe you can. I mean,
There are
yeah, you
options,
can
yeah.
stage it in if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The city attorney's shaking her head, so that must be the
Uh-oh.
right.
Which way is she shaking her head? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, you want to take a break? Let's take a break for 10 minutes. I was just saying hello. My fault. Okay, this is item number 12. This is Lang Park Pickleball Update, and I see Alexis is here to give us a report.
Okay, good evening again. Mayor and members of the council, my name is Alexis Braun. I am the Recreation Manager for the Transit and Community Services Department. The item before you this evening is an update to Lang Park Pickleball. So I'm just going to briefly go through the background and kind of history of Lang Park Pickleball. So in 2017, City Council first approved 2 temporary pickleball courts at 1 tennis court at Lang Park. So it was a multi-use tennis and pickleball court. And then in 2020, City Council approved an additional 3rd temporary court at Lang Park. Then in November 2022, Council approved making the 3 temporary pickleball courts permanent with the stipulation that staff conduct a noise study. So staff completed that study last year, both before and after the installation of the noise reducing fencing around the court. And then on October 24, 2023, Council then directed staff to explore additional sound mitigation options at the Lang Park courts, investigate alternative locations in the city for pickleball courts, and determine environmental analysis necessary for establishing courts in other location. Then in January of 2024, the City Council directed staff to conduct the CEQA analysis at 4 alternative sites and take more measures to reduce the pickleball noise, such as reduced court time hours and encouraging the use of quiet paddles. Then this past March, City Council directed staff to halt the CEQA analysis and explore using the funding for dual pane windows and air conditioning units for the adjacent Vista Aliso property. So in response to Council's direction in March of 2024, staff worked with the Vista Aliso property management. And Vista Aliso is an affordable housing community with 70 units for seniors ages 62 and over. And it's managed by the National Church Residencies. And then per the council direction, then we researched the dual pane window options as well as the installation of the individual air conditioning units and heat pumps. So the contractor provided the dual pane window quotes, which are feasible at those properties, and could retrofit 7 to 10 resident units. The dual pane windows require a building permit, demolition, window installation, the cost of materials, waterproofing, drywall, stucco, and painting. And the individual air conditioning units and heat pumps were not feasible due to the property management policy against individual units due to water leaks and the strain on the building's electrical grid. Since the March meeting, the residents requesting the dual pane windows have decided that that would no longer be the best option for their units. So part of the other direction from council was the Lang Park hours of operation did decreased by about 30%. So starting March 1st, 2024, Lang Park has now been closed on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. The gates are locked at 12 noon, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they are open in the morning to dusk. So in addition to the schedule, staff recommends clarifying that the courts be open from 9 a.m. to dusk on federal holidays falling on a Monday, but then close on Thanksgiving and Christmas Day. To assist with the noise mitigation, one of the options were to use quiet pickleball paddles. It is called the Owl Paddle, and it is right now the only approved USA quiet pickleball paddle. And the direction from council, the first back in January, was to purchase 50 of these. Since that meeting, we have actually purchased 140 paddles and sold over 130 paddles to pickleball players at Lang Park to play with those. And then in addition, having paddles for the city's sponsored recreation classes, as well as extra paddles for people that come to Lang Park that may not have paddles with them. So we have required them for, as I mentioned, for all city contract classes, and they've been highly encouraged for all other play. It is not an ordinance, so they're not enforced unless it's a city-sponsored class. So if the city council does choose to relocate pickleball courts to an alternative location, a preliminary environmental analysis needs to be conducted to determine the feasibility of adding pickleball courts at each location, including the CEQA impacts. Staff recommends that the city proceed with the CEQA analysis originally approved by City Council at the locations that were discussed back at the January meeting. This is first location was at Moulton Meadows Park at the northeast end of the park. The next location, there's two at Alta Laguna, would be the area behind the tennis courts or converting an additional court, as well as the other location that was discussed back in January was Aliso Beach Park or the Aliso Beach parking lot. So the recommendations for City Council this evening would be direct staff to resume the environmental analysis of 4 potential sites for relocation of the Lang Park pickleball courts using the $80,000 previously appropriated at the January 23rd, 2024 City Council meeting, and amend the Lang Park pickleball court schedule approved in January to clarify that the courts will be open from 9 a.m. to dusk on federal holidays falling on a Monday and will be closed on Thanksgiving and Christmas Day, or alternately, to direct staff to work with the National Church Residences to coordinate installation of dual pane windows for interested residents impacted by pickleball noise using the $80,000 previously appropriated by City Council for pickleball environmental studies.
Okay, Alexis, I think Alex has a question.
I just wanted to clarify what the agenda item that Mark and I brought forward was, is now the appropriate time for that? Yeah.
Yeah, go
okay,
ahead.
Okay. I mean, so yeah, I think just to step back about why we're here. So since 2017, we've had 2 temporary courts at Lang Park. There was a third added, I think in, was it 2021?
Yeah.
The third, I think
2020.
2020. Our staff has really gone above and beyond to address these noise concerns. We've studied the noise, it's below the limit. The staff has installed noise attenuation, material. There's, the classes have quiet paddles, and the city has purchased these quiet paddles and encouraged residents to use them. I really think that when we look at the problem with getting rid of Lang Park is that there's no good option for South Laguna residents. So I think Aliso Beach Park is really infeasible because I think the noise impacts from that could be even worse when you look at the way that it would echo. I don't think that the courts at Alta or Moulton Meadow really fulfill the need of what South Laguna residents want, which is a place where they can play pickleball. And so I think Lang, Mark and I brought this forward because Lang is here to stay. And the question is, how can we move forward in a way that makes sense for everyone involved? And I think the best way to do it is to not be sending our staff spinning and studying more and more options, and instead focus on how can we work with the property owner using this money instead of doing it on pointless studies, using this money on the dual pane windows and on mitigation. So I think that's really what this is about. And I'm hoping that we can have, when you look at if you go to the first slide with the history of this, it's really remarkable how much our staff has been spent on this. And this is an important community asset. So that's the genesis for this item.
Okay, any questions for Alexis? I have a question, Alexis. This is kind of an aside, but I know HP is making a quiet ball. Have you heard it or seen it yet? I know they did a 3D printing and I think Mark tested it, Coach Mark.
Yeah, quite a few pickleball players we did beta testing and provided feedback to them to make the play a little bit better. And hopefully that should be launched within the next couple of weeks. We did purchase other balls that different consultants have recommended. The Gamma Library one is more of a foam one, as well as the Monarch one, which is supposed to be still the plastic, but the quietest one out there. So we have purchased those for players to try as well. So we've basically tested 3 different ones recently.
Okay. Any questions for Alexis?
Well, I don't have any questions. I think we need to keep an open mind about these courts and the locations. I think that we should still look at Lang, another area of Lang Park for these courts, because clearly, in 2022, I expressed reservations about the noise created and by the sport itself and the players. It's a social sport, so people make noise and they even use profanities, if you can believe that. And it's only 25 feet. It's still an unacceptable standard for propagating noise to vulnerable residents. And I'll say something further. There were 18 people who signed a petition in 2022. And of that 70 homes, that's almost a quarter of those people who did write that petition. So I think they deserve to have peace of mind, just like everybody else in this town, in their home, and they're not getting it at this point. So I think, we should never have a court this close. There's national standards of 250 feet, 300 feet, some are 500 feet. That's just the humane thing to do and the right thing to do. And so I'd argue, my colleague, that these courts should not be here permanently, or I think we're at risk for a lawsuit. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Bob?
No, we're going to go to public comment.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to public comment, yeah.
I'll hold my comment.
Okay. Anybody want to speak on this item? Okay.
My name is Hillary Caston. I'm a little confused. Weren't these originally tennis courts with tennis players and tennis players who were laughing, yelling, screaming, and having profanity?
Are you talking to me?
I guess I am talking to you,
You're
sir.
looking directly at me, so you must be talking to me.
I'm talking to you.
I'm not Robert De
Sir,
Niro, though.
Mr. Weiss.
Okay.
So I'm a little confused here, and we have made a lateral move to pickleball, the new sport. So as a pickleball player on Lang, I and my colleagues have acquiesced to new paddles. We have encouraged, but the reality is everyone's playing with this new paddle for $120. We are trying to be conscientious to our neighbors, but enough is enough. You may have 17 people for the community over there, but you've got 140 people playing pickleball. So I have some rights also. So maybe you can help me with my confusion on tennis courts and pickleball courts and tennis players and pickleball players and tennis balls and pickleballs. I'd appreciate it. Thank
Be
you.
happy to tell you that. And I'll tell you that right now. my
Okay, well,
opinion.
no, we're not going to have this back. Let's have everybody come up and talk first.
Okay, I'll address it later then.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Redfern. I will get to the point immediately. Pickleball is definitely a recognized sport and, more importantly, serves the exercise needs of so many of us who thrive on exercise. I being one, as have several of my members here today. I shouldn't say we're all together in this issue. We are part of the huge supporters of Lang Pickleball. Lang Pickleball needs to remain where they are now located to serve the needs of everybody that lives at Wesley or Nye's Place South. There is no other place to exercise in the city of Laguna Beach or town of Laguna Beach unless you're going to Molten Meadows. That seems to satisfy the needs for everybody that lives in Arch Beach Heights and Summit and all that area. You go up Temple Hills, and then that satisfies the need for Alta Laguna Park. Top of the World residents and North Laguna residents seem to gravitate towards Alta Laguna Park, as do out-of-towners, because I guess it's easier to drive up Laguna Canyon Road, go up Park Avenue, and there you are at Alta Laguna Park. Please explain to me, well, let me not go there. So let me go on to the owl paddles that Hillary was bringing up. The city has graciously offered, or they sell them for $120. You can buy it from Amazon for $160. People have they were very hesitant at first, but now people come back and they say, I like the owl paddle better than I do my Carbon or my Selkirk or whatever it is. I don't mean to be picking on one manufacturer over the other. My suggestion maybe would be, we have already given up Mondays. Lang is closed on Mondays. Okay, we've reprogrammed our lives. Tuesday, we can only play till noon. The gate gets locked and is not unlocked until pickleball starts on Wednesday morning with Coach Mark's classes. A suggestion could possibly be, since I do not post on WhatsApp for play on Wednesday afternoon, when Mark's classes are over, that Lang be closed on the weeks when Mark is not teaching pickleball. And Alexis could fill me in better on that, but I don't track the Wednesday playing when Mark is not there. So then Thursday is close, it's normal play from 8 to 12 noon. The gate gets locked. It's quiet in the afternoon. Friday, it is all day with classes on one court. Saturday is basically open play, and that's when we have the out-of-towners. And I was there either Saturday or Sunday afternoon after it rained. And it was basically all out-of-towners except for one court that was Laguna Beach residents. And the far court, court number 1, was 3 guys that as soon as they got there, they took their shirts on, they turned their boombox on. And I said to the person that I was sitting on the bench, should I go say something to them? And they said, no, just let it be. So until the city changes the rules on how Lang's pickleball operates, the city has no control over people who are not following the rules and not playing with the owl paddle. So that might be something that we want to address, that a park ranger can come and tell Billy or Susie that you're not playing with an owl, and it's now on the city municipal code, then an owl is the only accepted paddle that may be used at Lang Park.
Okay, thanks, Claudia.
So
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Yes, I'll remember to do this. Hello. I am shaking like I always am when I come here, and it's nice to see you, Mr. Kiff. I am one of the main reasons that we are having such a nightmare at Lang Park. All my neighbors have given up, and they're elderly. As you know, you've heard me before. All of you have seen the videos. I'm not going to show the video, but I do have an MP3 audio from my sound expert, who's the official engineer recommended by the USA Pickleball Association. I have a 20-second MP3 I would like to play right now of 20 seconds at Lang Park with
The following
all
is
kinds
an
of
audio
paddles.
recording lasting 20 seconds of pickleball play at Lang Park at a residence just south of the courts.
That is the noise that we hear every day that the courts are open. They start at 8. And from the graphs that you have in front of you, you will notice that Bob has the majority of players are not using the owl paddles. They're 70% of using the conventional paddles. They're using
Claudia, you can't do that. You can't do it.
They're using fiberglass and carbon fiber, as you can clearly tell by the sound of that. And we have a right to have quiet. When those people leave, they get to go home to peace and quiet, and we just have to wait for the next group. And unfortunately, the noise is just a nightmare. And all of the players, some of them do have the owl paddles, but the decibels were 60 to 70 decibels, including the owl. And Bob Unitich is definitely the one that knows this. And we had Carl Schmitz came over, the managing director of the Equipment and Facilities Development of USA Pickleball. And the first thing he did was look up there and say, those are too close. They have to be 250 feet away to even try to get a 60 decibel reading. And that's, and even with he has some new balls, the new soft balls, they're not working. The owl paddles are not working. You should hear how, and that was, some of those were the owl paddles, I'm sorry. So he said you cannot have anything without mitigation that cannot be enforced. So the sign is useless because it says, we strongly encourage you to use, and you are subject to having these courts being closed if you don't use the owl paddles or a quiet paddle. So because of that alone, they should be closed. And I would been asking for you to close them. And it is not acceptable for the perfect place for a pickleball court. The parking alone is a nightmare. The kids are all over the place, and the people, the beachgoers and the parking, anyway, you know what I'm saying, and I get so nervous. Laguna needs to create an ordinance which requires a minimum of 250 feet from residences for pickleball play. We have nothing against the game or the players, but we can no longer be expected to sacrifice our health for their play. And tennis was never a problem. I've been there since 2018, and tennis do not scream and yell, and their rackets and balls are much quieter. And please make a motion to close these courts at last. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Kempf. I'm a visitor here. I live in La Cañada, Flint Ridge. We've also had pickleball on every agenda meeting since 2018. And I head up a national support group called Pickleball Noise Relief. We have almost 800 members. These are almost all residents who live in close proximity to converted courts. A lot of our members are supporting a project called the Model Noise Ordinance. We're working with a nonprofit in Vermont called the Noise Pollution Clearinghouse. And we will be coming out this summer with a model noise ordinance that the members of the public and decision makers like yourselves can take a look at, recommendations. Alex, I just very briefly have to tell you that if anybody is above a court site, a line of sight of a court, they're going to hear this noise. This is called impulsive noise, and it's a word that I haven't heard anybody say tonight. This is not like tennis, not like children playing, not like soccer. This is more like a gun, a nail gun, firecrackers, and pistols at a distance. It's a noise that is so quick that you can't even measure it with a decibel reader. You would need a probably $250,000 lab to actually know what the decibel is. So if Laguna Beach had a first-rate noise ordinance, this tennis courts would never have been turned into pickleball courts. They're too close to homes, period. And this noise is harmful physically, mentally, and emotionally. I'm following 280 hotspots around the country, and the amount of suffering that's going on is truly unbelievable. People say, this is not the America I grew up in. Since when does my city get to come and park a 10 or 12 or 14-hour constant impulsive noise that is setting off stress release hormones, causing sleeplessness, hopelessness, depression? People have to move. It's quite unbelievable. And I don't think that you have studied the effect of this noise as much as you need to make these decisions. If you want to, I'm really here tonight. I was motivated because of Memorial Day. People like Suzanne were given 1 day a week, Sabbath. Even the God Almighty himself wants 1 day of rest, right? So all of a sudden Memorial Day comes around and the pickleballers are back. And it was such a depressing, demoralizing, moment. They were given special consideration. Tonight, you're considering reducing 13% of the Mondays that you had set aside for a day of rest. And if you're going to observe a federal holiday by canceling their day of rest, let me quote you the National Noise Act of 1972, which is still law of the land. The Congress declares that it is the policy of the United States to promote an environment where all Americans can be free from noise that jeopardizes their health and welfare. I'm not joking with you. This noise is harmful psychologically, physically, and mentally.
Okay,
and
thank you.
Hope you will take a motion tonight to close this port. These people aren't guinea pigs.
Okay, your time's up. Thank you.
And I look for
Excuse
somebody
me.
to make that motion. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Hi, my name is Roseanne Kings, and I'm in favor of the Lang pickleball courts as well. And I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Ronogi's comments about trying to not use all of our money on things that aren't going to always be, well, okay, what I'm trying to say is this is a tough decision. I don't think there's an easy answer, and nobody's going to be happy no matter what. So we may as well not keep spending the city staff hours and money to keep researching. I agree there are some probably research areas that need to be looked at. But for right now, we have a very vibrant pickleball community. There've been many people, many of us are here playing for our health and our well-being and our mental health as well. Where we live in Laguna Beach, it's a small city. It's not always easy to get away from sound. I happen to live by sawdust, so have traffic. I live behind the Boys and Girls Club. I have broken windows with balls. I have kids sounds. I have loud boom boxes, but I don't ask for them not to be here. They're part of our community. And I ask you to kind of take into account that this is a significant part of our senior community as well, and our young and up and coming pickleball players as well. So I would hate to lose the resource of Lang. It is a little different community than Alta, and we all get along, we all play. It's nice to have various places to play. So I urge you to support us.
Thank you.
Hey, again, this is the last time I'm going to speak this evening. So I agree with both sides of this argument. It's sad for the residents. I've played the sport. It's very fun. It's loud. It's active. Yes, there's profanity. People bring their stereos. They bring their dogs. I've played it multiple times at the regional Miguel Park, and it's very loud. It's away from residents. And I would say, keep it in South Laguna, put it in the Aliso Beach backlot, do some noise studies there, maybe have it be inside, maybe put it inside. If you can't, if it's too noisy, that's what George is telling me. So maybe do some other studies at that backlot at Aliso Beach, because it is further away from residents than Lang Park. I mean, than Lang Park and then other locations, it seems, but I would look at that location. So try to help
Okay,
both
thanks, Greg.
sides.
Thank you.
Yeah, I live right above Lang Park. I spoke at the last meeting, and I'm, part of the senior crowd that plays at Lang that, probably, most of us, that's kind of where we congregate. And my question would be, is there any way we can mandate these owl paddles and have some policing and maybe massage the hours, maybe make Sunday a no play day, and keep these courts, maybe do a little bit of work on a feasibility study to find an alternative, a little more work. And because there's a lot of us that play that have Claudia's put in so much work to make sure all of the people in our community have gone down to Suzy Q and bought these paddles. Somebody comes, she has a couple of paddles there. She'll come from her house, even when she's played the day before, doesn't want to play, and let them play with the owl paddles. So I think it would be a shame just to shut the park down. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
And Christoph, I happened to be at several of these meetings and did not participate in any of it, but it occurred, I think Greg is onto a good concept of putting it inside. And I mentioned this to George about the Lang Park gym, which I don't think is used very often. And he said, well, it's very noisy because it echoes inside the gym. But how about noise attenuation on the walls of the gym to buffer that noise? And they'd have their same location, wouldn't bother anybody, would use a facility that is already there, and the tennis courts could go back to be tennis courts. Thanks.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Council comments?
Yeah, I mean, so I think what we have here is we have a 7-year precedent where there has been pickleball at Lang Park, and taking that away from our residents would be w- would uh would really undermine the amazing community that pickleball has created. I think I appreciate the suggestion of doing this inside, but you really can't, pickleball is not a sport that you can play inside. We have it at St. Catharines inside, but it's a totally different experience from playing it outside. So I'm not supportive of that. I don't see Aliso as a viable site at all. I don't see any of the other sites under analysis as viable, particularly because they're not serving who the what the needs of this of Lang Park is, which is serving South Laguna residents. If we looked at, Alta or Molten Meadows adding more courts there, that's not really fulfilling the need that taking away Lang Park would be. So I'm not supportive of that. We just talked on the last item about the need to focus and not be spending our staff studying things and going in circles. And I think that's exactly what we've been doing with pickleball. And so really, I think Lang Park is here to sit, in my view, is here to stay for the time being. If there's a way in the future that we can find an alternative that works better, I'm all for it, but we don't have that right now. I think that I'm open to the idea of maybe in early 2025, staff could come back to us with a policy or with a proposal of maybe we could mandate owl paddles as that technology is improving. We could create a workable regulatory scheme to mandate owl paddles in 2025. But in the meantime, I'm supportive of staff recommendation related to the hours. I really do think I would prefer going from eliminating instead of from 8 to noon, going from 8 to dusk. That would be what I'd be supportive of. But I just think at the end of the day, our job is pickleball is a great thing in Laguna Beach. It creates community. It brings people of all ages together, and it's not something that us as a city council should be standing in the way of. So I would be supportive of action, of alternatively action A, to direct staff to work to basically to stop the environmental analysis of additional sites and work with National Church Residences on, and if the residents aren't interested in the dual pane windows, then that's up to them. But I think we should make that offer. And then also coming back in 2025 with a proposed policy for mandating owl paddles at Lang Park.
Megan, is it possible to do that? Could we mandate paddle types? That's a good idea.
I don't see why not from a legal perspective, particularly if we're gonna not mandate them everywhere and it's just like a Lang Park specific mitigation. I think there's a resources and enforcement issue that's tied to that. That just requires a lot of almost like a full-time presence for someone to regulate, which I'm now out of my lane and will look to the city manager to talk for Alexis to talk about.
Couldn't it just be sort of a surprise type thing where if someone has an owl, and again, that's why I put that in 2025, because I don't think there's some easy solution of how you come up with that. But at some point, the technology is moving in this direction where everyone's going to have owl paddles. That's where I see the or quiet paddles. And so so that's what I'd be supportive of. And if there's no way to do that in 20, when staff comes back to us 25 on that question, then what, we keep going in the way that we're going. But I just think that continuing to debate this and spending every couple of months talking about this issue is not a good use of our time. And I think taking away Lang Park from South Laguna residents and our community members is not a good idea.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that score. I think this has gone on for so long that it's unbelievable. We clearly know that there's an issue here with noise. We've recognized it. We almost made a decision to close Lang some time ago. We came up with these owl paddles. We came up previously with mats that go on the side. Didn't do much good. Now we got the owl paddles. Now we're having another meeting about this when we should have closed these courts a long time ago. We should have never assigned them to Lang Park within 25 feet of a residential building. It's just not right. That's all. It's just not right to inflict this kind of noise, and that noise is it injures the immune system and your mental health suffers. If I heard that noise all day, I don't know what I would do, honestly. And I think that's everybody in this room, and I support pickleball. To the contrary, I think pickleball should be expanded, and that's what this should have done. The part of the recommendations were to look at other places, and now we're saying, well, no, Mountain Meadows is not good, Alisa's not good, back of Aliso Creek is not good. You know, we got to find a place that's reasonable for residents to express themselves in pickleball and to do it, but this isn't the place for it. We should stop this. And we're wasting a lot of time because we've made the wrong decision.
Anybody else, Bob?
Yeah, I guess a couple of things. One, if you look at page 2 of the staff report, what was actually talked about on March 12, 2024 was halting the CEQA analysis and instead incorporating into the master facilities plan, looking at additional pickleball courts, because there were two things we were trying to solve for. One was noise at Lang, and the other was, what we heard extensively from the community, was there aren't enough pickleball courts. So what are you going to do about that? So now we're back, saying, Alex, I think you're saying don't do anything further on the environmental. Well, that sort of undercuts the broader effort that I thought was to see where we could add to pickleball courts to address the broader community need apart from the Lang issue. The other thing that I don't know whether, and I don't think we've looked at this, and I know we've had some opposition to a certain part of it. I don't know if there's a way to look at reconfiguring Lang where, you've got the tennis courts, you've got the play area, and you've got the soccer field, the green area, to move the court further away from the homes. It's too close. I mean, I agree with George on this one 100%. This keep coming back because it was a bad decision. We put them in the wrong place. You can't fix that. I think pickleball is great, and I think it sounds like it's a wonderful group of people that play there. It's great they're getting exercise. We just, as a council, put it in the wrong place. So we ought to fix it. And I don't hear anything, ruling out all these locations. But I didn't hear you rule out whether or not we can reconfigure Lang. But I still think we need to address the broader question, which is, are we going to do the analysis, which the city attorney has said we have to do, to look at adding pickleball courts in other locations? Or are you guys already looking at that in the master facilities master plan? I don't know. So I'm confused on a couple different levels here.
Yeah, so I think on the adding courts, I think it's something that we should do, but I don't think the way that you add courts is by just arbitrarily picking different sites and then doing the environmental analysis. I think it should be part of the facilities master plan. And as we look at Lang Park and ideas for that, I don't think that not doing this environmental analysis is prohibiting that. I just think that the way that we just made that decision to just do this environmental analysis on these 4 sites, I don't think that's the way that we should be planning for the future of our facility. So I agree with you that we should, Bob, that we should be looking at more ways to be adding pickleball, but I don't think that doing this environmental analysis in this here is the right way to do that.
Well, how's the facilities master plan going to solve it? How's it going to approach it?
Go ahead.
Can I weigh in real quick? And I agree with you, Bob, on many points. I just want to make one point. The parks plan is not a part of the facilities master plan. So
Yeah,
I'm just,
Well, then, so good. We're having the conversation because the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing here, right?
Thank you.
So
For Lang Park, there could be an opportunity for the pickleball.
there's
As
a
part of the
place right
facilities
there.
master plan.
Wesley's.
I just think we need to have that discussion and we
Yeah.
need to
not
possibly
included.
fold it into, I mean, one of the questions, Mark McAvoy's not here, but I was curious as to when we had talked to him some time ago and he had discussed the fact that he had a plan for the parks, renovation plan. And, I don't know how solidified that plan is, but let's assume, my question to him would be, when is that park up for its remodel? you know, it does look like it's getting pretty worn out. But anyway, and if it is, and if there is an opportunity, I think that it would make sense to look at relocation opportunities within the Lang Park during that time.
Well, that doesn't come down until mid-2025. Excuse me.
Well, I'm just having a
We're
discussion.
not having.
I
we're not-
understand,
yeah,
but if
but-
you haven't even included
I know.
it yet, you're going to include it, and the results of that plan are scheduled for mid-2025.
Well, that's where, you know, so here's
Yeah,
the
that's
thing,
the
you
way
got, here's the thing, you guys, though, the agenda bill talks about, you know, alternate sites. We're not talking about closing Lang Park. We're talking about alternate sites. So I'd be okay with looking at Lang. Now, of course, there's going to be people complaining about Lang. Oh, it's a historic park. You can't do anything with it. But, you know, we could do what Bob suggested at some point is we could move the courts. We can move the courts more towards, I don't know,
Wesley
Wesley
Drive.
Drive, just a little bit more.
Yeah.
So, but you know, you can't move them in the middle of the grass because then you displace all the AYSOs. Every time you move something in this town, you cause a problem somewhere else. So,
But I think that's a multi-year process. So I want to set expectations of where, and it's how, and there's a disagreement up here, that's fine, but I want to set expectations that I don't think in the near future, we're going to be able to move the courts at Lang Park. I think they're here to stay. And so instead of, I think it's important that we have that, you know, the expectations are clear, and if that's the support of the council. So that's the genesis. I just don't think that us going and studying these other courts in an arbitrary way without kind of doing it as part of our CIP is the right way to be doing this, or the facilities master plan.
I mean, does the consultant we have actually have experience in reviewing playgrounds and reviewing parks? I thought there were structural people. So I don't know what you're talking about there. And I
No,
would,
we're not talking about
I
that.
think that has to be on its own track because this has been its own project for so long. Now you want to subsume it under something bigger. It's going to take a lot longer to get done. You
They
have
have
space,
done
you have
recreation
space at
facilities.
Lang Park, now at Wesley Drive and Coast Highway, where there's significant amount of noise as it is, where it wouldn't bother people. And you either take the tennis courts and turn them into a soccer field, mitigate that. There's not a lot of tennis players there. They certainly haven't complained much. So that's what you do.
okay, so where are we here?
I guess I think what the fundamental disagreement is that there's one side that's basically saying that Lang is not an appropriate place for courts and we should immediately be looking for alternatives. And on the other side, I think which is where I am, is saying, and I think both sides want more courts. On the other side is saying basically Lang is here to stay for the time being. If there's ways that we can, as part of our CIP planning or as part of our facilities master plan or any of these kind of long-term planning documents, we can find a way to add more pickleball courts, we should absolutely do it. But in the meantime, this is an important court for South Laguna residents and for our community. And so I guess are you looking
Let
for
me ask you a
motion?
question, Alex. So if Mark McAvoy said, yeah, we're scheduled to remodel that park in 2025, would you not suggest that we, as part of that remodel, relocate those?
Then we should absolutely look at it at that time. That's good planning. But what's not good planning is just randomly going and picking a bunch of random sites and then doing environmental analysis on it. It needs to
Alex,
be-
they're not random. They happen to be our parks.
I mean,
We've got a limited number of parks and places to put these things. It's not rocket science. We're not making new locations where you could potentially put pickleball courts, but
Making that too complicated.
I just
Dave?
think we need to. I just think we need, if the ouch point is Lang Park, I don't know how people want to address the further pickleball locations. But I think an easy one, by the way, is just converting that basketball court off the back to another court, but up at Alta. But maybe we should consider just taking this 80,000. I think doing nobody wants the additional dual pane windows or any of that stuff. Why don't we take the $80,000 or whatever portion of it we need and tell somebody to go redesign Lang Park to move the
Dave,
pickleball courts.
Dave, what are your thoughts about this?
I was texting Mark. He's not aware of any active plan to remodel Lang right now, so we have to talk about that tomorrow or the next day.
Okay.
So nothing's pending there, but Councilmember Whalen's suggestion might be something we could look at too.
So what if we just put the 80,000 into the CIP and to look at options for other courts?
You mean at Lang or?
No,
elsewhere?
just in general, because I think that's the crux of the issue is whether we should do that in I mean, there's a disagreement about what the Lang Park issue, but then the other issue that there's the I think we're all on the same page. How do you add more pickleball courts? And to me, I would say that let's put that that 80,000 into our CIP and have staff, as part of that process looking into it. I don't want to be in this situation where we have our staff spinning in circles about this.
Yeah.
And that's what we've been doing.
Alex, what do you mean by adding it to our CIP? What
I mean, I think that's how we really, as a city, plan for how we're going to spend our resources on, adding more pickleball courts, upgrading facilities.
So when does that CIP then come into effect if you add the 80,000?
My point is, I don't want to do
Dave.
piecemeal planning. I want to plan in a long-term way, and that's what we have our CIP for. So I don't know if the city manager has.
That's going to
comments on-
take years.
And I agree with that, but Bob does have a point. The reason that we've been bantering this back and forth is if we had it to do all over today, you would not put pickleball courts 25 feet away from a house. I mean, that's just the way.
Well, I mean, it's true of the whole city. If you had it to do again, you wouldn't put houses around Middlefield. If you had to do it all over again, you wouldn't put houses above the Irvine Bowl. I mean, this is just the way we have to deal with it. So my recommendation, Dave, is for you guys to look at Lang and see, if you can, what would be without redesigning the whole park and spending a fortune, what would it cost to move the pickleball? Because we need to have one at Lang Park. We need to service South Laguna. It's heavily used. And look at that and just come back and tell us, what we could do, how long it would take, what would it cost? How are we going to pay for it?
Because we're about to adopt the CIP at the next meeting, on the 25th, I need to talk to Mark about it directly. We could potentially tee up a CIP item that was a specific look at a redesign of Lang Park.
Yeah. And I think my own personal opinion is I don't think we should go too overboard with it. We should just look at that particular area. Where could we move the pickleball courts? Because you start trying to redesign Lang Park, I guarantee we got a letter today. Don't put the pickleball courts in Lang Park, any more pickleball courts in Lang Park. So we're going to get that too. So maybe just try to think of a less intrusive way to do it. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. How about that?
Like that. I think
Now,
I think we need to, that's fine. I think we need to spend some time and thought, how do we relocate these courts in Lang Park? It's clear people want pickleball in Lang Park. How do you relocate them in Lang Park that it's in 25 feet from a residence? I think Mark said it perfectly. We wouldn't do this today and knowing what we know now. So.
So can we get a motion on that, Bob? Are we ready?
So I guess it would be to direct staff to investigate or address.
Bring back with a CIP
CIP
item
item.
for fiscal year 25, 24, 25, which would be adopted at your June 25th meeting, that would consider a redesign of Lang Park to accommodate pickleball courts in other locations.
Relocation. I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
So, and then would that also include the staff recommendation number 2 for amend the Lang pickleball?
I'd want to vote on that one separately, Alex, if we could.
Which one are you talking about, Bob?
Well, my motion is kind of a substitute motion for number 1. Alex
Okay.
is asking about number 2. I'm just saying, can we get a vote on this first motion?
Oh, yeah, you already seconded, Sue, so.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. What's next?
Well, item 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make that motion then. I'll move item 2, amend the pickleball court schedule approved on January 23rd to clarify that the courts will be open from 9 to dusk on federal holidays falling on Monday and will be closed on Thanksgiving Day and Christmas Day.
I'll second.
Well, I want to have some discussion on that because I thought I heard Claudia saying she was amenable to a reduced hours on was it Wednesday, when the non-teaching Wednesday? But I am not supportive of I think I'm only supportive of leaving Monday as a closed day. I'm not supportive of adding however many Monday holidays there are, 12 or
Okay, so let's see.
13.
I'm not either.
Okay, let me ask a question here. Okay, so right now, we're closed on Monday, right? Staff report says it'll be on federal holidays falling on a Monday. So why don't we just say the courts are closed on Monday, no matter what? Right? Monday's the closed
That's what
day.
it is now.
Yeah, that's what it is now.
I mean, I guess I disagree. I agree with staff that we should amend the pickleball schedule to clarify that the courts
Yeah.
are open on.
Okay, well, let's have a motion and a
But
vote.
where are you on that, Sue?
Say that again. I'm
Are
sorry.
you with, do you agree with the staff recommendation or do you, or are you?
I'm
do you
just
wanna
saying-
keep it closed on Mondays.
I'm just saying, just keep them closed on Mondays all the time. That's fine. It's closed on Mondays now.
Okay, so you're not for item 2.
One second here.
Well, it'd be a revised item 2, just to say we'll be closed on Thanksgiving and Christmas Day.
Yeah. Are you okay with that?
Well, I agree with the staff recommendation, but it sounds like I'm in the minority, which is fine.
You making a motion, Alex? Or-
Yeah, Alex isn't making a motion. Okay,
So is there support for the staff recommendation for item 2?
yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so I'll move item 2 as
Okay.
written. Well, do you want to second that?
Yeah, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, 3-2.
So I'd make a substitute motion or an alternate motion that would just be amend the Langball pickleball schedule to close it on Thanksgiving and Christmas Day.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Already closed on Monday. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Aye.
What are we on now?
Okay, we're on item 13, which is,
I gotta go home early.
yeah, me too. Request to remove a property from the historic register at 2055 Catalina. Let me know when you guys are ready.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, Mayor Kempf. I'm Martina Carone, and I'll be from the Planning Department presenting this application this evening.
Thank you, Martina.
This is a request for a delisting at 2055 Catalina Street. The subject property is located on the corner of Osgood Court and Catalina Street in the Woods Cove area of town. City records indicate that the property was developed with a single-family residence and a one-car garage, which were constructed in 1941. Minimal changes to the structure have occurred over time, with the only permits on record being for a re-roof, a fence, and a kitchen remodel. In 2007, a request was made by Laura Overman and Faye Hogerman, daughter of the original owner, to place the home on the historic register in conjunction with an application to remodel the property, which was never completed. The request was presented to the Heritage Committee in July of 2007, and the property was placed on the city's historic register at that time. When the application was accepted by the Heritage Committee, the owner had submitted a self-prepared detailed history of the property. The committee approved the registration on a 4-to-1 vote, which placed the property on the register with a K rating and at that time made the property eligible to apply for a Mills Act. The current owner and the applicant of this request purchased the property in 2016 and in 2023 submitted an application to remove the property from the historic register. As part of this delisting application, the applicant submitted funds to the city could hire a historic consultant to evaluate the property with a historic assessment. The assessment was prepared by Historic Resources Group, or HRG, in April of 2023. The historian Laura Jansen, who prepared the report, meets the professional qualification standards required by the National Park Service to perform identification, evaluation, registration, and treatment activities for historic properties. The report evaluated the property and city records and concluded that the residents did not meet any of the 11 criteria for listing in the city's local ordinance, and also did not meet the requirements to meet the California Register. Pursuant to the municipal code, the application was submitted for review by the Heritage Committee for recommendation to the council. The Heritage Committee reviewed the application on October 16th, 2023. And after holding a public hearing, the Heritage Committee generally disagreed with the conclusions identified in that historic assessment. Further detail is provided in the agenda reports, but in summary, a discussion ensued regarding the eligibility relating to criterion 6, which questions were raised pertaining to HRG's finding that and it was discussed that the resident retains many character defining features, but was not distinctive. Overall, the committee felt that the structure is a great example of an early Laguna Beach cottage with a high degree of integrity. The committee recommended that the council deny the request, the 3-1 vote, and maintain the subject property on the historic register. Minutes from the Heritage Committee meeting are included in the agenda packet. This item was previously scheduled for council review on April 9th and also on May 23rd, 2024. Public hearing notices for the April 9th meeting were sent consistent with the municipal code requirements. And since the project was continued from these hearings to date certain, no additional noticing was required for the project. To remove a property from the city's local historic register, the council should consider whether any of the criteria listed in the municipal code, which are numbered 2 through 11, can be met. If so, the property should remain on the register. If not, the property could be removed from the register pursuant to the CEQA discussion in the report. This slide here basically outlines the differences identified in the HRG report and some of the main points in the comment letters in the Heritage Committee deliberations. As stated before, the HRG report found that the property did not meet any of the criteria for the register. However, we've received public comments and other information, and the Heritage Committee deliberations argued that the property did meet the criteria under number 3, 4, 6 for listing under the local register. The differences are outlined on this slide. After the council reviews all of the information, it's recommended the council open the public hearing, take public testimony, close the public hearing, and adopt one of the following resolutions that are the attached resolutions that either approves or denies the application for the delisting request. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Martina. Anybody, any questions for Martina? No? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Hanging in there, Ann.
I'm trying. I'm Ann Kane, President of Village Laguna. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Our organization advocates for many things, including the preservation of the unique historic character of our wonderful beach community. We ask that you please vote to deny the application to remove the beach cottage at 2055 Catalina from the Laguna Beach Historic Register. Its owner, Faye Hogerman, applied to designate the beach cottage that her family built by hand over 80 years ago because she wanted to make sure its historic character was protected. The Heritage Committee determined it was eligible for designation in 2007 and reaffirmed its eligibility in 2023. In addition to the expert opinion of committee members, you have substantial evidence from Francesca Smith, Alan Hess, Krista Nichols, and Kathy Yerka that Beach Cottage is historically significant. Many residents who worry about the loss of Laguna's historic resources have written in as well, asking you not to remove it. The burden to prove that the beach cottage is not historic falls on the applicant. and that burden of proof has not been met. It's extraordinarily rare for staff not to support the decision or recommendation of one of your appointed bodies. Indeed, the only one recent case we can remember involved the project at the Sweetwater Car Wash, and staff recommended granting the appeal only after community members revealed that the property is contaminated and environmental review and corrective action are required. The case before you is very different. We do not understand staff's unwillingness to support the Heritage Committee's findings. The committee weighed the evidence provided by HRG and rejected their conclusions. Please support their fact-based expert opinion that the property is historic based on their knowledge of the beach cottage type and Laguna's architectural heritage. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Anybody else?
Good evening, council members and Mayor Kemp. Clark Collins, Heritage Committee member, but here as a resident. I think HRG missed the mark. We talk about criteria 6, and I won't read the full criteria 6, but it starts out, it embodies its distinguishing architectural characteristics of a style, type, or period or method of construction. Beach cottage architecture was the most predominant architecture in Laguna Beach from 1910 until the start of World War II. HRG then gives us 8 criteria to evaluate beach cottage architecture: single story, asymmetrical in composition, rectangular box-shaped plan, wood siding, gabled roof with exposed eaves, wood windows, porch, built quickly and cheaply. The only one they argue is that it's a 2-story building. I think they missed the mark because they don't look at the pattern of development in that neighborhood. Arch Beach was the Wild West before it was annexed in 1927. The house directly in front of this one was built in 1934. It was 2 stories. The house directly to the north was built in 1936, also about 20 feet high, 2 stories. The house directly to the south, also 2 stories. This owner was a builder. Is it any, we come to Laguna to enjoy the ocean and enjoy the views. Is it any wonder that he built a 2-story house to recapture his view? There are 70 plus beach cottage, board and batten cottages on the register. Many of those are 2 stories. I've got pictures of 5 of them within a half mile that are 2 stories that all met the criteria to be listed on Laguna Beach's historic register. I think they just missed. They didn't do enough analysis of the neighborhood, and they just missed the mark. So I'm just asking that you not allow the removal of this one from the register.
Okay, thanks, Clark.
Hi, Linda Morganlander, speaking as an individual, not as a member of the committee. There is no doubt that 2055 Catalina maintains its original integrity, and the reasons it was initially placed on the register were legitimate. It is a house of unique character in its simplicity and has been found to meet criteria 6 and others by highly qualified individuals. The property has not only not lost its integrity, it is key to the fabric of that area and its pattern of development. Each cottage was responsive to its unique site and timing, which explains the design of this house, planned and built with care. Like many of the other houses in the area, its contributions to the scale and quality of buildings stands out. There are many times that the committee disagrees with the findings of consultants, often based on their lack of consideration for our local standards and criteria, or what constitutes styles of architecture which are exemplary and unique as buildings of the time in Laguna. There is also sometimes a lack of regard for context. I urge you to not to delist 2055 Catalina. Thank you.
Hello again, Jacob Cherub. Every time we lose an historical house or building in Laguna Beach, we are lessened. We are less of a town. We are an historical town and we cherish that. And that's why we have ordinances and rules and committees so that people can't just knock down their buildings. The original owner grew up in that house when it was built in 1941, lived her life in that house. And then when she saw that her years were becoming fewer, she wanted to maintain that house. And so she submitted to get that house recognized on the historical register, which it was. Now, what really kind of perplexes me is that the current owner bought this property knowing that it's on the historical register. And yet waited a few years and said, oh, I'm changing my mind on that. I have a kind of a metaphor that might sound silly, but it just struck me when I was reading the materials. You know, if I'm a young man, I don't have any particular religious affiliations, and I meet a girl and she is religious. She goes to mass every Sunday. She goes to all the holidays. She lights the candles when she does it. And I see all of this. And then I marry her. And then I say, I want you to change your religion. I want you to stop how you lived your life and do it the way I want to do it. Okay, it's kind of silly, I said, but I think it's to the point that this owner should have bought a property that wasn't on the register, so they could do what they wanted with the property. And I think it's a sin. It would be a sin to allow this property to then be, I think, it would be lost. So I would say that the owner has to figure out what to do, and if he really doesn't like it, he should sell it. It'll probably make a profit and go buy something else. But for this property, with its historical underpinnings and the people who built it, owned it, grew up in it, and then submitted it lawfully to be to go onto the register, I think that should be honored and not be sullied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Christoph, the original owners of this property were my clients. And so I was involved in the process of trying to make sure that this house was savable and that its historic qualities would be maintained into the future. And I was very much aware of Faye Hogerman's desire to make sure that this house was not going to be vulnerable to destruction and to set it up so that it was well maintained and that it was on the register. It was accepted to be on the register. She went to her death with the assurance from the city that this house that she had committed to be on the register was going to be saved. The city has an obligation to meet its promises that we have a historic preservation program. If you put your house on the register, we're going to protect it forever. We're not going to just on a whim let it go off the register because a different owner wants it to be off. And that's what's happening here. This is not right. And I know you've put in a voluntary ordinance for people to put their house on the register, but once it's on the register, it is considered a historic resource. And the documents that have been submitted do not prove that it is not a historic resource. And once it's on the register, it should be respected that way, and the city should do its part to protect it for the interest of the person who put it on and for the community as a whole. This is from the South Laguna Civic Association's letter. It's important for the validity of the historic preservation program that the council be consistent in safeguarding our historic resources. SLCA asks the council to instead consider supplementing the historic preservation ordinance to include specific criteria for removal from the register. Clarify that while placement on the register is voluntary, once a property has been placed on the historic register, it is a historic resource and cannot be considered otherwise, nor removed from the register, even if subsequent owners request it, unless the integrity of the building has been impaired beyond repair by accident or act of God. And this building has not changed since it was put on the register, and it should stay on the register. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Anybody else?
Jerome Pudwell. I support retaining this building on the historic registry. It was put on the registry by a 97-year-old owner whose family built it in 1941. It's her home. And when she realized that she was nearing the end, she put it on the registry specifically to ensure that it would be preserved. The new owners bought the home with full understanding that it was on the registry and that its character was to be maintained intact. Excuse me. It has been recommended by the local heritage committee that this home should remain as an example of Laguna's historically unique and eclectic architecture. Removing this building from the registry by the decree of outside consultants who have no stake in our community would be a denial of Laguna's own self-determination and a subversion of the original owner's pact with the city. We have an obligation. Every home removed from the registry is an erosion of our history. I feel it is our duty to help preserve the unique architectural history that's made Laguna one of the most desirable communities on the coast. Please, don't let us down.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Oh. Hey, guys.
Well, I'm
not
the
a
owner,
deal,
Nick
no.
Ralston. Good evening. First of all, I've read a lot of these reviews that people sent out about demonizing me as a new owner that came in to tear the place down. First of all, I moved here when I was 5 years old and I'm 64. This house is 19 years older than me. So my dad is actually older than the house. My problem is the house is totally dysfunctional. You know, I bought it in 16. I knew it was on the register and I knew that you couldn't touch things like the wooden windows and you couldn't make a lot of modifications. I didn't have any plans to make a lot of modifications, but I did have a plan to live there comfortably and safely. I have a daughter and we have bedrooms on the downstairs on the street level. You can't open a window at night because they're on little hooks and the rain comes through, the smoke comes through. So my real goal here is to just be able to put real windows in. There's tasteful windows that are in period that function properly, that you can use, you know, a winder to get the thing open just a little bit to let some air in. You don't have to worry about somebody reaching in and disconnecting and climbing in. So all these people thinking I want to tear this house down are completely way off because I raised my kids in this town. I started at TOW. They pulled me out of Aliso and I started the very first year up there. So, you know, I've been around and I know there's a lot of people with very strong opinions. There's a lot in this building right now. And, you know, I believe in a lot of what they're saying because I do support maintaining my house's integrity and keeping it in its period. But there are things that need to be done. We have one bathroom and it's downstairs and we have our living area upstairs and the kitchen and there's no bathroom. And the only place to put it is outside on a deck, which would mean we'd have to reconfigure the look of the house. In fact, the Hogerman, Faye, submitted plans to do just that. And she was going to enclose this derelict deck that's on the back of my garage that serves no purpose. We were going to use this for things, you know. And I've been working with James Henry since 2000. Okay, everybody knows he's on the historical committee. He's got very tasteful ideas, and so do I. So I just ask that you will please release me and this house from this lockdown on safety and efficiency, because this house deserves efficiency. Today requires efficiency. I have to run a gas heater all night long just so that my house upstairs is barely at 60 degrees. Okay, so thank you very much for your time. Any questions for me at all? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kempf, City Council and staff. I'm Kathy Yurka with the Laguna Beach Historic Preservation Coalition. One of the interesting things about CEQA is that nowhere in it does it define what counts as an expert. However, courts have confirmed that members of appointed bodies are experts in the subject area of the body to which they are appointed, like the Heritage Committee. And I can understand why staff would want to be careful with this item. But I believe that throughout this process, there's been a misunderstanding of the expertise of the Heritage Committee members. They're not required to do anything remotely like producing a point-by-point refutation of HRG's analysis and conclusions. Instead, what they did was they carefully read HRG's report. They listened to evidence at the hearing. They did their own site visits, and they drew on their extensive knowledge of Laguna Beach's architectural heritage to offer fact-based opinions and findings that the beach cottage continues to qualify for the Laguna Beach Historic Register, and they rejected HRG's conclusions. Given that, and given the evidence of others, including architectural historian Francesca Smith and architect and State Historical Resources Commissioner Alan Hess, that the property qualifies for the register, I don't understand why staff have not recommended against removing the property from the register. There is not a preponderance of evidence demonstrating that the property does not qualify as a historic resource. And there's no evidence at all that the property does not qualify under the criteria that were in effect at the time when it was listed by the owner in 2007, or that it no longer qualifies as a K-rated property. And there are CEQA implications to that fact. But we can leave CEQA out of it. I urge you to demonstrate support for your Heritage Committee and for the preservation of identified historic resources like this one, and to please vote against removal. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kempf and members of the council. I'm Larry Noakes, and I'm working with Nick Ralston on this matter. The first and only time that this house was professionally assessed as a historic resource was when HRG did its report on April 18th, 2023. After reviewing the critiques of that report, HRG went back and submitted a supplement on May 6th to that report, addressing each of the criticisms that was leveled and debunked them all. HRG acknowledged that while this house may maintain integrity, which is, I think, maybe one of the things that drives the motivation of the people who are opposing the removal from the register, it doesn't meet a single one of the criteria for significance. And when we're looking at assessing historic resources, you need to satisfy the criteria of both integrity and of significance. And if you don't, then the house is not a historic resource. The house was dominated by the Hogermans, not as a beach cottage, but a beach cottage is one of the criteria or one of the styles that's recognized in the historic resources element, but as a beach house. So suggesting that this is a beach cottage is not really the way it was applied for by the Hogermans when they put it, when they submitted the self-crafted nomination papers. Beach cottage is defined in the historic resources element as a simple box or rectangle, usually asymmetrical, originally one story, built back in the 20s when they were building these things of board and batten houses. This house is not built of those materials. It's built of a completely different type of material that was consistent with construction in 1941. I think that HRG went through each of the elements with regard to the significance and basically put forth evidence that none of them were satisfied. One of the interesting things about the application when Ms. Hogerman submitted it was before the ink was even dry on that application, they submitted an application to remodel the house, and before the ink was dry on that, submitted an application for a variance for the house. So it wasn't that we were going to maintain this structure in a pristine way. It was that they wanted to have some kind of an enshrinement, but then they wanted to change it. So I agree with one thing that Kathy said, and that is that this house is as historic today as it was when it was nominated by the 90-year-old owner, because it wasn't historic when it was nominated by the 90-year-old owner. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Anybody want to start on this one? Don't talk all at once.
Well, I'll offer a couple thoughts. You know, I think the revised staff report from our last meeting in May, I think was helpful to do things side by side and kind of go through the criteria. And as I understand it in discussions, well, reading the staff report and in discussions with the city attorney, because it's on the historic register, there's a presumption that it's a historic resource, and that we, if we're going to take it off, we'd have to conclude by a preponderance of the evidence that that's been given to us that the preponderance supports removal. I know, I think this is a hard one, but one thing I do want to clarify at the outset, because and I just want to say this for the record, because the HRG report says that I believe incorrectly, you know, that it does not meet criterion 1, which was consented to by the owner. I mean, there's no question in my mind that even with the new ordinance that we put in place, we're not talking about current owner consent. We're always looking back to the consent of the owner who initially put things on. And I just want to state that on the record so there's no confusion now or going forward, because otherwise, you know, every new owner would have a fresh bite at the apple by saying, no, that was never and I can just say, having sat here as part of those deliberations that spanned, I don't know, more than a year, that was never the intent when we adopted the voluntary ordinance, to say that we were giving new owners the option to get on or off. So I think the staff report makes that clear now, but I just wanted to say that. You know, and then in terms of the criterion, so then you have to look at criterion 2 through 11, right? And say, well, is any one of them satisfied or not by a preponderance of the evidence? And I look at criterion 3 and 6, and you know, clearly HRG concludes none of them are satisfied. So I mean that they're expert historians, and then there's evidence that we have outlined on the other side from, you know, people who with expertise, certainly in the area, members of the Heritage Committee and others who are part of the record now. But, you know, looking at the HRG, a couple of things that gave me pause, which were, and I'm on page 65 of the report. So that's talking, this is the HRG report. So this is criterion 3. It exemplifies the cultural, political, economic, social, or historical heritage of the community. And they conclude that it does not, because the residence was constructed in 1941 and does not represent the early development of the area. therefore the property does not meet criterion 3. Well, I don't see anything in criterion 3 that says it has to be an early, representative sample of the historical heritage. So, I think there's certainly evidence in the record to say that there is, it exemplifies a historical heritage of the community, which is that period of time, albeit late in the period. And then you go to criterion 6, which is on page 66. And they say, the residence has many of the features of a typical beach cottage. And then it says it's a simple rectangular plan, asymmetrical composition, wood siding, low pitched roof with open eaves, simple wood sash windows. Most beach, which is, they're saying that's indicative of, a typical beach cottage. Then they go on to say most of them were constructed in the 20s and 30s, and this was constructed in 41, making it a late example. Also, it just says two-story beach cottage is not unusual. However, its height detracts from its characteristic form. And even though it retains many character-defining features, it is not a distinctive example, and there are more representative examples of beach cottages throughout Laguna. So when I look at the criterion, which says that it must exemplify a particular architectural style, I mean, the word exemplify means it's typical of, or a typical example of a particular style. There's nothing that requires it to be the most distinctive or distinctive. And it looks like, to me, HRG was layering in a criterion, an element of the criterion that I just don't see there. The fact that it was late in the period and the fact that it was, that there are more representative examples doesn't mean this one doesn't exemplify a beach cottage. In fact, they say it has many of those features. So I certainly think there's enough evidence. I'll see what my fellow council members say. I certainly think there's enough in the record to support a conclusion that criterion 3 and 6 can be satisfied based on the totality of the evidence.
Okay, Thanks, Bob. Who wants to go next?
That was helpful, Bob. So you think it is a distinguishing architectural characteristic?
Yeah, I think it can satisfy 3 or 6, that 3 and 6, that the distinguishing, it embodies distinguishing architectural characteristics of a style, period, or method of construction that exemplify a particular architectural style. Whether or not it doesn't have to be the most distinctive example of a beach cottage or the most representative. It just has to exemplify, being a typical example of. And I think that, I think there's enough evidence in the record to support the conclusion that it does. HRG just says it's not the most representative, and there are other examples that better exemplify the beach cottage. But to me, that doesn't mean this one doesn't. It's not the best in class, I think is what they're saying. But I don't think that's a part of the criterion or requirement. So I think, I think, as I said, I think one could conclude on the basis of the evidence that 3 and 6 can be satisfied.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Anybody else?
I agree with Bob's comments.
Okay, Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I think this is a tough one. I started, as I did my evaluation on this, I looked at the general plan, and the historic resource element explicitly says that the time period is from, I think it's 1920 to 1940. And then this site was not included in the 1981 survey. And I understand now that the reason for that was because I think the survey focused on, it wasn't 50 years old at the time, right? So that's why it wouldn't be in that survey. So I guess going back to kind of following up on what Bob's question is to the city attorney, so this is a presumptively historic resource under CEQA, is that right?
Correct.
So to make because people have said that you can't ever remove something from the register, but you can make the findings to say that it's not a historic. Help me understand what mechanism exists for that and what that standard is.
So you have, so it's presumptively historic, and then you apply the preponderance of the evidence standard. So if there is a preponderance of the evidence that you're effectively weighing competing opinions and determining which way to give the greater weight of the evidence, which is more persuasive effectively. And so you can rebut the presumption if you feel that there is a preponderance of the evidence to establish that it is not historic by not meeting all of the 11 criteria. And then on top of that, then the court, if it was challenged, would apply a substantial evidence standard, and which means that the court would not stand in your shoes and rejudge your decision based on the preponderance of the evidence standard, but would look at whether there is substantial evidence to support your decision that there was a preponderance of the evidence, which is
Okay.
very unclear. I appreciate, but it's tricky.
So essentially, what's before us is 50% plus one,
That is
right? That's
one-
preponderance of the evidence. So, I mean, I think this is a close call to me. I mean, a lot of the testimony related to the integrity, I don't think the integrity is the issue. I think the question is whether it's it meets the criteria for significant. And I appreciate Bob's, I guess I might read the criteria 6 differently about distinctiveness, or what, I guess, the definition of distinguishing. But I don't know, it's a tough one. So I really do empathize with the owner, because it seems like it's a situation where you're not able to, have quality of life in this house. And I really, when I look at this house and I compare it to other houses that are cited in this, in the analysis by HRG, I don't see this as a distinctive example of this architectural style. It falls outside of the time period. It's a two-story, and I think the report does a good job of that. But at the same time, I think there is evidence in the record about, there are 2-story cottages that are on the register. So I don't know. It's a tough one. So I guess I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think.
It is a tough one. I don't disagree with you. When I first saw this, I thought, on the pictures at least, I said, well, how can you have a 2-story beach cottage? But when I drove over there, it certainly looks like a 2-story beach cottage, historical beach cottage. And I live in a 1951 beach cottage. The people bought this property for $15,000. They built a small house on it. It's 2 stories. There wasn't an entrance to go into the downstairs except from the outside, because that's where they put the kids and locked them in, I think. Didn't allow them back into the house. But it was remodeled after that, and it probably would qualify eventually as a historic property, because it was designed by the same architect as the library. So I think there's a variety. I live next to a 1923 house, the first house on Bluebird, and it's got the 2x4s were going that way, and the electrical outlets stick outside and it's on the historic register, and it was modified twice. It looks like it was a box and then put an upstairs on it. So there's a wide variation, and these examples don't have to be exceptional. I think those adjectives are not warranted. Just an example, or a good example, or a reasonable example. So I would deny the appeal. I do feel for the owner not being able to modify the home. I think that has to be.
It's not an appeal, though. Remember, George, it's just a regular item. not
Oh,
an
he's
appeal.
not here. Okay.
Not an appeal.
No, I know it's not an appeal. I just said I feel for the owner. I didn't say I appeal for the owner. I feel for the owner's situation. Find a way to modify and upgrade the house without losing its historic structure, because that's the way he bought it, and he knew that when he bought it. It was on the historic register. So I'm going to deny moving it from the historic register tonight, and I think that's the right decision.
Martine, can you, just off topic just a bit, tell me what the limitations are on the improvements that can be made on such a house if it was deemed historic?
It's a tough one. Usually we do say it's, when we review modifications to a historic structure, we take into account the project and what actually is being impacted. But many times, the primary considerations are the primary facade that faces the street. And any other character defining features are usually under the first consideration. So that can include windows, other architectural features, things like that. It really, unfortunately, I am not a trained historian,
Yeah.
so I don't have maybe the best answer, but we would evaluate a project that came in. But ultimately, being a historic property does not discount you from making modifications to the home, primarily to the rear or other things that are in scale and consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards would be something that typically could be acceptable.
Thank you.
Well, we had that one on Hawthorne. It was
Hmm.
quite a significant addition to the home.
And which one, Bob?
The one on Hawthorne?
Kirby.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Kirby.
I mean, it was
Yeah.
historic home and there
Yeah.
were major renovations to that. So
Yeah. Megan, I think I know the answer to this question, but because it's on the register, that makes it a historic resource.
It is, it's currently
It's presumptive.
presumptively,
Yeah.
yeah.
So if a house is put on with no criteria, so back at, who knows, so somebody lived there and they wanted to put it on the register. I don't know what criteria they used back in the day. Put it on there. Then after the fact, I think Larry mentioned, I think I read that they asked for a variance. And so they were going to do some remodeling. So I don't know I'm not sure how you call it a presumptive resource when there's no clear criteria to put it on a register. But I recognize that was long ago, but
Yeah, I think that it under CEQA, that's how it's treated today. I think that that's why you have the possibility of removal from the register if there are sufficient facts, to establish that they're, in a different universe, if there were no facts to support keeping it on the register. That's why you have the ability to overcome the presumption.
yeah. So I guess I take the opposite view of my compadres up here. I would probably vote to take it off because it wasn't put on with any clear criteria. And I don't know back then, just because you want to say your house is old and you want to put it on the register. And I just don't think that makes any sense. I also think, it needs to be livable. If you can make it livable and remodel your house accordingly, I'd be good with that. But I also think this is one of my issues with houses the reason I was really supportive of the historic ordinance because these houses, they need to be livable. And, you can't expect people to buy these houses if they can't do anything to them. They're just going to sit there and, become degraded over time. So that's my opinion.
I think I agree with Sue. If the word distinct, if it was just, it embodies architectural styles of a styled type, period, or method of construction that exemplify a particular architectural style or way of life important to the city. If the word distinguishing wasn't there, I think I would agree that this should stay on, but I can't, by preponderance of the evidence, I can make the findings that this should not be a historic resource. So I think I'm in the minority.
I would never suggest that second guessing the Heritage Commission as they are experts and deemed experts in this area. 3-1, they voted to keep it on the register. And I would honor that. I think these are good people who know what they're doing.
I agree. I agree
voted
with
for
that
the-
too. It's
I
not an
voted for
indictment
all.
on the history.
Yeah, I agree. It's just, I have to make my own findings.
They
I
made
can't
a
make
big
them.
mistake then, in your opinion now. I don't think they did.
Well, it's just, we're not challenging the Heritage Committee. The Heritage Committee is great and we appointed them. Just we have a difference of opinion on this one. Okay, does anybody else have anything further to say on this one? If not, we could have a motion.
So I guess it would be a motion for number 2, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll make the motion.
It would be number 2, but I think the draft resolution that's in here includes criterion 4. I wasn't convinced by a preponderance on criterion 4, so it would be resolution 2. I don't know, Mark, if you'd consider it would be resolution 2 omitting criterion 4.
Replacing it with 6?
Well, no, 6 is in there too.
Okay.
3,
so
4,
omitting
I think 3, 4,
criteria
6 are
4.
in there.
Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Okay, 3-2. All right, thank you.
We take a 5-minute break?
Go ahead. Yeah. so let's dispense with this right away. So this is appeal of approval for 1526 Morningside Drive. Request for continuance until July 9th. Anybody have any questions on the continuance? No? Open the public hearing on the continuance. Anybody want to speak on that? No? Okay, close public hearing. Could I have a motion, please?
Recommended action to continue the project review.
To July 9th. I'll second it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Appeal B, this is appeal of DRB, address 32051 Coast Highway. And good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Kempf. I'm Daniel Latham. I'll be presenting Appeal B. This is a project at 32051 South Coast Highway. It's located in South Laguna. The project site is south of Point Place. It's outlined in orange here on the slide. And the appellant's property is located on Point Place and it's highlighted in yellow. The proposed project was approved on March 14th, 2024 at the third Design Review Board hearing with a 4-0 unanimous approval. The project consisted of demoing the existing single-family residence and constructing a new structure, which included additional covered parking, elevated decks, grading, retaining walls, pool and spa, landscaping, and for construction in an environmentally sensitive area being oceanfront. On March 28th, within 14 days of the approval, an appeal was filed, and the points of contention included view equity, privacy, as well as the size of the large size, and it diminishes the value of their property. Here on this slide is a photo that was presented by one of the board members at the design review hearing. I want to touch on view equity. So view equity, it does not prohibit any and all view impacts. The design review guidelines describe view equity as, quote, the achievement of a fair, reasonable, and balanced accommodation of views and competing obstructions such as structures, trees, and/or vegetation, privacy, and the use of enjoyment of property. All board members visited the site. This is another photo from taken by a board member presented at the hearing. This is taken from the appellant's property. Also, all board members did visit the site, including the appellant's property, and they viewed staking for view equity concerns. For privacy, at the first hearing, a couple of the board members expressed concerns of privacy related to the rooftop pool and deck. In response, the rooftop deck and swimming pool were removed and relocated, and a wood privacy screen was also moved 4 feet back from its prior location. At the second hearing, a board member suggested that the glass on the stairwell be frosted for privacy reasons. And in response, a privacy screen was added over the stairwell. In this final iteration of the plans, you can see there's minimal windows that I've highlighted in red there. And in orange, those are the decks. And this is looking at the property from Point Place. As far as size goes, the neighborhood compatibility is one of the design criterion that touches on mass, height, scale, or size. Over the course of the 3 hearings, there was an 8-foot reduction of height that occurred along the middle portion of the house, a reduction of approximately 400 square feet of living area. There was a relocated upper level 21 feet back from its prior location. There was the rooftop deck and swimming pool was eliminated, added articulation to the north elevation, and of course, the wood privacy screen was moved 4 feet back from its prior location. As far as property value goes, the city's general plan local coastal program, municipal code, and design guidelines do not mention property value as a consideration for the board in approving any permit. The board properly considered the findings and criteria under design review and coastal development permit. The city does not analyze or consider whether a property increases or decreases the property values of any surrounding properties. The board made the required findings and found evidence to support the findings. As a part of this appeal, public correspondence was submitted by the appellant's attorney. There was a mention of the grant deed. Staff understands the applicant is the owner of the Pelican Investment Company. And there was also mention that there was no reduction of the master bedroom. So at the first hearing, this is where the size of the master bedroom highlighted here in pink. And notice this first residence, when I move on to the next slide, it's pulled back. And then at the third hearing, it was further reduced. So the recommendation is that City Council adopt the resolution to deny the appeal and sustain the Design Review Board's decision to approve the design review and coastal development permit for the new single-family home at 32051 Coast Highway, and adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the MMRP pursuant to CEQA. And our director also has a few words.
Thanks, Daniel. Madam Mayor, Council, if I might, I wanted to add a bit of information about process for you tonight. And often these appeal hearings can be rather confusing for the public. And I can tell you, as your interim director stepping into your codes, a little confusing to me until I got a little educated on them. And as I've learned, the council by law has a very narrow scope and role in this appeal action before you. Your charge and limited authority here tonight is to understand what your design review board did, how they conducted the review process, and that they critically based their decision on facts and information that was before them. Basically, that they followed the rules of your code for design review. And that's really it. That's the narrow question before you in an appeal. In fact, your code goes so far as to tell you what you cannot do tonight. It says you cannot reweigh the evidence your board received, that you cannot exercise your independent judgment or discretion as to that evidence. Only that such evidence was handled by your design review board in the manner prescribed by law, and that their decision was based on substantial evidence in the record. So sorry if that had an edge of lecturing, but again, these things can often be very confusing for the public, and we wanted to share some of that information so that everybody's kind of got a base of knowledge going into your deliberations. Thank you.
And that's good, David. I mean, I think we should be reminded on every appeal. So that was good. Okay, any questions for staff?
Yeah, I have a question that, when I look at the map of this project on page 2 of 24 of the red, and then, the yellow's in there for the appellants, but how do you decide whether the new project is neighborhood compatible? Because I don't know, there's a number of houses to the north and there's fewer to the south. So how do you develop a criteria when the neighborhood is bifurcated like that?
Well, the board had several discussions about that specifically. They noticed the pattern of development had changed, and yeah, there was tons of discussion on how neighbor compatibility was a challenging thing to determine, essentially.
So they discussed that, but you're not telling me anything.
Yeah, so I mean, well, essentially they determined that neighbor compatibility was achieved.
How did they discuss that? I'm asking you how they determined neighborhood compatibility, not that they discussed it. I know they discussed it. I read parts of it. How did they determine that? What was the criteria they used?
Oh, the neighborhood compatibility criteria. Let me.
Sorry to put pressure on you, but
Well, and
I'm just curious for myself.
Sure, and I just add while Daniel's, looking for any other information, this is what you're describing, Councilmember Weiss, is exactly the process. And these things are discretionary in nature. And so a board hears all the information before them and they have to weigh those things. Whether or not your code gives any more specific guidance, I'll have to defer to the folks that know it better than I do.
If
But,
I may, George, reading through a lot of the material.
Sure.
What I gathered was the properties from this property south go from the highway to the ocean. And so they weighed heavily on that compatibility because they were in kind, where the properties north were subdivided. Where that street is, right? These are all subdivided.
Yeah, I see that.
So
I see
these
that.
are all
And
contiguous.
these were two.
So
So the compatibility lies with with the houses on the south.
because they were like properties.
So you make
So
that
that-
decision to say, I'm going to choose south rather than north, and that determines the neighborhood.
Isn't it the
That's
shape
all-
of the lot?
that's all.
It's one contiguous
wondered.
lot, right?
Yeah, it was one contiguous
One-
lot
one
from the
contiguous
highway
lot.
to the ocean.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. These were subdivided and this stayed integrity with that part of the neighborhood.
Correct.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions for staff? No? Okay, the appellant, who's the appellant? Okay, you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Been here since 5 o'clock. My wife's not gonna believe I'm here.
Well, we have a tape to prove it. You can go on
Yeah,
YouTube
I've
and
been
watch.
sending her
We-
pictures of you.
I can tell you that-
Swear to God, I'm here. Anyway, I am Michael Lancaster. I represent the Gonzalez family, the appellant. I came into this late. And yes, I did get the whole package. It's about 300 and, what is it? 383 pages long that you guys put together, you folks. And so I understand the recommendations, and I really only want to talk to you about one thing, and that is view equity. So the view equity here was established starting with the applicant's architect by providing a letter in January of 2024 that essentially made the representation that he had been able to establish a 50% protection of the Gonzalez view of this particular special view, which is the white water and the sand and such. And this representation became Exhibit 4 to the March 14 design review recommendation that was adopted, that was approved. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because in looking at this the process and all of the work that's been done, it appears to me that you folks are inclined to approve this, but it doesn't have any teeth in it. And we have a vague standard for this particular design, the view that's being protected. Since the applicant's architect has made express representations that he was able to protect 50% of that view, I'm asking that you actually hold him to that standard. And there's a procedure that you can do, notwithstanding the advice that you've been given earlier. You do have options where you can take a look at an issue of your options, the city council options. Option number 1 is you can adopt a resolution denying the appeal and sustaining the board's decision, but then it goes on and says, or as may be modified by the city council by imposing more restrictive conditions of approval, option 1. We're only going to talk about option 1. What I want you to do is consider, please, adding a condition that actually creates a condition for approval of this process today, which is that the approved design and as-built construction shall preserve 50% of the existing beach and whitewater Gonzalez views from all existing Gonzalez property viewpoints, which creates two things. It gives the protection of the view as represented by the applicant's architect. He said, I've got 50% of that view protected, and I've done the works, and there's 3 steps that he went through, and I can go through those with you. And so if you can add that as a requirement, that in fact, that 50% of the view is protected, then I don't think that my client will have any problem with, your approval of this. Not that you need it, but I don't think he'll have a further objection to approving the process, as long as his view is protected and it's got some traction, some enforceability, really, to protect it in the future. So if you want me to go over the actual representations from the applicant's architect, I'm happy to do that with you. They were set up to create this. I've taken the steps. I've actually implemented the work. It's already done. So the applicants protected at least half of that view. And if you put that as an addition to it, I don't think my client will have any objection to the approval.
Mayor?
Do you want me to go further into the steps?
We're going to hear from the architect, but I would like to hear your version of it.
Okay, so you had, going through the process, you had some concerns. One or more of you had some concerns about the view being actually blocked entirely. And that was the Gonzalez position originally, that, hey, this is going to block my entire view. So all kinds of revisions were made. And the most significant ones were made in January. And so from the January 22, 2024 letter from the applicant's architect, he made 3 points. He said, one, we saw an opportunity to preserve approximately 50% of the view of the sand and white water over the single-story roof view by pulling back southerly edge of the upper level roof over the master suite by 9 feet. That's paragraph 1A of the letter. It's attached as Exhibit 4 to this approval you did last time. Additionally, we pulled back the southern end of the bridge to further preserve this view. That's also in paragraph 1A. The third thing, the current stakes of our project reflect roof heights which are minimally above the height of the existing single-story structure. We feel that with this revision, view equity has been achieved, paragraph 1B. And then he ends this with, this summarizes the revisions which were made subsequent to the previous DRB hearing. That's last paragraph on page 3. So what the architect's telling you is he's completed the steps for a 50% preservation of the Gonzalez Beach view over the single-story roof line. It's a done deal. So I'm asking you to adopt this as a condition of approval so that it can be enforced by the Gonzalez family in the future. If he doesn't preserve that 50% of the view, which is pretty equitable if you want to look at it that way, then, I think that's a reasonable thing for you to consider and to do, and you do have the legal authority to do it. Sure.
Mr. Gonzalez, did you want to talk? Yeah, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Oscar Gonzalez, and don't want to go through the whole thing that my dream was to come down here, buy a house, beach house, and so on. I mean, I did this with the planning department, but the fact of the matter is that there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us that were being affected. Okay, the pictures they showed you are correct. They did adjust, but it never. All the adjustments that they didn't help me or my neighbor in the back. It helped the other neighbors, but myself in the back. So once planning approved this, my neighbor in the back just sold this house. He bought it 2 years ago, knowing that they were going to build. He sold it at least $300,000 to $400,000 below market. So, I'm trying to work with them. But at the same time, they're saying that they did adjustments, not in our view. As a matter of fact, my back neighbor, they moved they moved the building back, and it made it worse for him. But that's his problem, not mine. Because I told him if he wants to join and try to fight it, he's more than welcome. But I don't want to come here and give anybody a hard time. I could do the same too, okay? Because I'm in the business. I could just get my architect and say, hey, build me up, and I don't care about anybody around me, and I'm going to start blocking too. That's not right. You got to take your neighbors to consideration. That's all, all this is what it's all about. Very simple, you know, and I could see the sand and I could see the whitewaters from my porch, actually, from a living room. The moment he builds the way he has it, gone. It's gone, completely gone, okay? So I hired an architect. The architect said that the master bedroom could be moved in the front, still on the second floor, and that will eliminate this issue. But, you know, you guys are gonna hear them, see what they say. So I'm here to try to make it work. I'm not here to say, I don't want him to build this. You know, more power to him. I'm in the industry. I know what it is to build and, you know, you make profits. Yes, Bob.
So I got a question for you, Mr. Gonzalez. So with the current staking, what are you saying? You see no beach and sand?
That's correct.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
From
you.
my living room and from my deck. Okay, and right now, if I sit in my living room, I could see the water. But once he builds it, that's gone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. David, can you guys put up, there's an aerial view on page 17. Can you put that up in a way we could see it a little bit better? Okay, so that's the second house in, right? From Coast Highway? Okay, wait, we'll come back to you. Okay, but second house, I walked that street, so I looked at these houses pretty closely. Okay, can we just leave that up there and then, for a second, and then, Horst, you have, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Great. Wow, it's more than I expected. Good evening, Mayor Kemp, board members. I'm Horst, and good evening, staff. I'm Horst Knoppenberger, the project architect for Chuck Lee, the property owner. It was a long process for us, probably one of the most challenging projects I worked on in 30 years. And what made it really interesting is that this site is over 20,000 square feet, and it's at the intersection of two very distinctively different patterns of development. And to George's point, how do you determine, compatibility of mass and scale? So George, we started this project acknowledging those two edges. We saw houses south of us on properties that were similar, 20,000 square feet. House right next door, Carrie Hayden's house is 3 stories, right up against the, bluff top setback. We also acknowledge Point Place. And so the concept that sort of unfolded, from that approach was, this is a very long, narrow site. Let's bifurcate the house. Let's break it up into 2 pieces, and let's connect these 2 pieces with a bridge, so that what we're creating is a rhythm, if you will, similar to the Point Place houses, but, an overall habitable area and lot coverage that's consistent with the pattern of development to the south. So that was our process from the very beginning. And I just have a couple images to show quickly. I do appreciate the opportunities that Oscar provided for us to visit his property. Let's see if I can just go to so this is the view that everybody cherishes in that neighborhood. And one of the things that we all know about oceanfront properties is, there's a string line. There's the bluff top setback, but there's also a string line. The string line is the furthest projecting corners toward the ocean of the two adjacent properties. And new development has to conform to the string line. And the principle of that is that, you know, as you get out to the string line, you not only have a frontal view, but you have some lateral view that you share, you know, with your adjacent neighbors. So next slide, please. Okay, so this is I took this picture from Oscar's house when we first started working together, and you can see that to the south of the existing structure on the site, there is a little bit of sand view. Next slide, please. Okay, then, so the image on the left is where we were with the second design review hearing. And the image on the right is, you know, once we saw those stakes and we were working with some of the other neighbors, you know, predominantly, but I revisited, you know, Oscar's position, and then we made some changes to the oceanward south corner. We, you know, we pulled that corner in about 9 feet. So contrary to what, you know, Mr. Gonzalez represented, he actually will have a little bit of a beach view, and it probably is about, you know, 50% of what he's currently existing. I personally don't recall ever, you know, stating 50%, but it is what it is. The board evaluated the stakes, and they evaluated these images to make their decision. Next slide, please. You know, what we're looking at here, and that I think a lot of the neighbors didn't really understand this, but the new structure, because of a much more restrictive bluff top determination, the new structure is going to be set back from the ocean about 25 feet. So that whole area in red, and this image again is taken from Mr. Gonzalez's house, he actually gets more ocean view with this project, as do some of the other neighbors, and I'll show you some images from those perspectives as well. Next slide, please. Next slide. I was also working with Tim Carlisle, the attorney representing the Abramovitzes, and they have a view from their upper level deck. On the left is what that view looks like currently, and on the right is what that view is going to look like with our final design and with that oceanward 25 feet of the existing structure removed. So the Abramovitzes aren't here this evening, and neither is Tim Carlisle. And you know, they're happy. So many of the neighbors are actually getting better ocean views with this project than they currently have. And I would include, you know, Mr. Gonzalez. I mean, Mr. Gonzalez's view was a little bit more difficult because, as you can imagine, these are 50-foot wide properties. The money shot, if you will, is you want to get some program out as far as you can to take those lateral views. So to preserve Mr. Gonzalez's view completely, we'd have to pull this new house back another 20 feet. We'd be in a tunnel, and we'd have no lateral views, and that is in direct conflict to the spirit of the string line and, you know, bluff top setback requirements on oceanfront properties. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Horst. Does the applicant want to talk? Is this the, yeah, does he want to talk at all? Yeah, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I just want to, it's been 4 years, and I really appreciate Horst. We went through 3 revisions, 3 reviews, and each time Horst said, we have to give in. We got to try to accommodate as best we can. So he did the best he can to shrink everything back. And I truly feel that we've lost a lot doing this project of all shrinking, but I think it's only fair. Try to accommodate as much as to the neighbors as possible. I know Oscar, and I know he wants to have a view. The only problem is right now we have an 1,850 square foot home. Anything you build, it's just going to block the view. So I understand his concern, but at the same time, I know that Horst had, you know, recommended to my wife and I, we have to pull back, shrink down as much as we can, and we did. And that's why the last review, all the board members of the architecture design voted for our project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You guys have 2 minutes. Rebuttal.
Can I show you a picture of it? So you guys
Sure,
can see
you
it?
can. You have to stay behind the,
Okay. Here's the picture, here's the sticks.
Well,
you got to be at the
you
microphone.
need to be at the
Because
microphone
we have
for
a,
the
we're
record.
we're getting recorded here, so
Okay,
you can pass it around if you want.
here's the picture. And here's what it's gonna block. This is the last picture, okay?
Okay.
Just go one thing. So that way you can compare the picture that he's showing you to what it really is. Those are the sticks where they're at right now.
Figure that out. Okay,
Okay, the architect really didn't deny the 50% issue. He believes he still can maintain that 50% of the view. And the exhibit 4 you have attached to the design review resolution that you are intending to adopt has that attached as an exhibit. Everybody's relied on it. So he doesn't have any dispute about this issue of preserving 50% of the view. My client won't have any dispute if you add that as a condition for approval of this. I think that's only fair, and that is design equity.
okay, thank you. I have a question. Do you have a question? Hang on a second.
Yeah, what's exhibit 4 and where is it in our packet?
Oh, it's in, well, your March 14 design review
Oh.
report that you are approving here today. That's exhibit 4 attached to it. It's a letter that
March
we wrote
14?
in January that helped get that passed in the first place. And I got a copy of it. Trust me, I probably have 2 or 3 copies of it. And you're welcome to it. I gave you the site here. You'll like this. I even put an exhibit 4 on it for you. So here's exhibit 4 in all its glory, marked exhibit 4, but you already have it. And it's highlighted with the representations in it. And again, he's not denying it.
I have a question. So I walked on that street and I think I walked on Mr. Gonzalez's property, but I have a question. Can I ask you a question? Can you come up to the
Yeah.
microphone?
Yeah.
Yeah. So is your property, so you have a ground level and then you have a deck up a little bit and then there's a deck on the roof? Is that your property?
That's correct.
Okay. And where you're actually, because I stood there and looked, at the staking and I looked towards the view.
Mhm.
I didn't go up on your deck, but it was kind of clear for me. You're blocked on the bottom probably, right, by the structure?
Yes.
Bottom.
If you're standing on the balcony,
Yeah.
right there, even if.
So I
you-
was standing on the ground.
Oh, forget it.
Yeah, so you're blocked there.
Oh, yeah.
But if you're up on not the rooftop deck, but the balcony, you're saying it's blocked there too?
I'm blocked there too. That's the picture I'm showing you.
Okay,
That's from that balcony.
okay. Thank you. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Yeah, good. Okay, council?
I can start.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I think whenever you have a project where you're replacing this is a big roughly half acre lot. It's an ocean view house. By nature, these projects are going to be complicated, and that's why they often that's why we see Horst all the time. I think that the task before us is not to be the design review board, but really to assess, as our interim community development director said, whether there was an abuse of discretion and how they weighed the evidence in front of them. This project went through, and based on the arguments in the appeal, I think the main argument that I've heard tonight and that's in the appeal that I think is relevant is this question of view equity. And in the 3 hearings, you can see how the board really considered how to make this achieve view equity. There are 3 different designs for this project. And I think the staff resolution also does a really good job of supporting the action by the board. So I think, the question before me is not whether I would have made this decision. The question before me is whether there's an abuse of discretion on behalf of, or whether the design review, there's by a preponderance of the evidence, the appellant can demonstrate that that this decision by the design review board was not reasonable, valid, or it was an abuse of discretion. I don't see that evidence in front of me, so I'm going to vote to deny the appeal and approve the project.
Digesting this
I know you're,
letter.
I know, I know.
So Megan, they had this letter when the decision was made, but they also had the visual staking and drawings.
This is the January 22nd letter, correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So the question I have is, did this influence their decision?
My understanding, and I went over this letter with staff yesterday because it was provided in the comment letter, and we went over, so we're talking specifically about 1A, and we went piece by piece through whether the changes that were proposed in the letter were achieved, and staff went through all of the plans and confirmed that they did. So in this case, that number 1 is saying, we saw an opportunity to preserve approximately 50% of this view by pulling back the southerly edge of the upper level roof over the master suite by 9 feet. And staff confirmed that they made that change, which is the pulling back by 9 feet. So my understanding is that the representation is that they made the change to preserve that view. Whether or not it's
It
exactly
equals
50%, I don't know. I was re-reviewing the discussion on view equity in the staff report. And they don't specifically, and at least the summary of the discussion and the findings, they don't specifically discuss the 50% threshold. They just state that they went back to the proper, that they went back to the property, and that it says, starting on the very bottom of page 17, although Mr. Gonzalez provided public comments at the hearing that nothing in the project changed to alleviate the impacts to his view, a couple of the members of the board evaluated the impacts to the Gonzalez property differently during their deliberations on the project. And then it describes how they disagreed with them.
Thank you.
Well, I think on that point to go on, it looks like this is on page 30 of our packet. It's the resolution. And I think maybe this is the distinction because board member Gibbs, who's on the DRB, indicated he believed view equity was achieved because he saw the view from the Gonzalez's rooftop deck. So I think he was on a different level. He was not on the balcony from which Mr. Gonzalez showed the photo. So he was saying, I'm satisfied because there's like apparently another level up where you've got view. Chair Pro Tem Gannon concurred with Mr. Gibbs's statements. She noted that by pulling back the home, the views of the Whitewater Beach are preserved. Weil also went up, board member Weil also went up to the roof deck. He considered the views and indicated the beliefs view equity has been achieved. So it sounds like they concluded that because it was still view from the top level as opposed to the mid-level, there's view equity, right?
Yeah, the mid-level is lost almost based on the pictures at least. And that wasn't guaranteed in the first place.
So I'm inclined to deny the appeal.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Do you have any further comment, Bob?
No, I think Alex articulated it well. I think, we're not de novo here. We're just finding substantial evidence and appears to be here from their deliberations on view equity.
Okay. So we have motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. Okay, last thing we have, council member requests. Are there any council member requests this evening? Okay, then we are adjourned until June 25th at 4 p.m.
Just,
8-hour meeting.
I will not, just a reminder to the council, like you all know, I'm out of the country, won't be here for the 25th, so carry on.
And
Be in Norway by then.
When
We'll
are
miss you,
when are
Bob.
you leaving, Bob?
Thursday.
Thursday.
Thursday.